Right, hello there. Just doing a few checks. OBS looks good, mic looks good. Switch from YouTube, look okay. Right, cool. Okay, sorry about the delayed start there. Hello, I'm Dread Mechanic. I'm back for more fun and games on Aegirs members only server. There's probably going to be a few changes on the server in the coming weeks. There's been a bit of discussion about rebooting it after the next update, which was announced the other day, and starting the next chapter of the server. So there's going to be a few things changing, and as a result, at the moment, I'm not too worried about trying to expand this base and expand my operations and build more stuff. What I want to try and do today is I want to try and upgrade the things that I've already built to make them more printer friendly, so that when we make the transition to the new server I can get some of my new kit sorted out, because I'm actually really enjoying the flatbed and the forklifter. They're actually really practical for the things I want to do, so I want to make them a little bit more printable for the next chapter of things. Although I was having a few issues extracting the forklifter from the services terminal earlier today. I'm hoping he will work now, but I've got a feeling he's succumbed to the trapped stuff bug that seems to happen with the services terminals. In the event of that, I've made a load of blueprints of all the different sections of the forklifter, and I could potentially just print out a new one and make the upgrades as I go. But deploy. There was a problem while we're processing the request to check the logs. Yep. That was happening earlier. The forklifter is trapped, and the whole thing I wanted to do today is kind of stuck. That's annoying. Smeg. Yeah, I've tried this a couple of times today. He is stuck in there for whatever reason. It's not my server, so I can't check the logs, and I don't know what's gone on there. That's a bit annoying. Is the flatbed stuck? I don't really care about flatbed too much, because I've got that's the old one. Oh, 11 minutes? Alright, fine. Okay, well, if the forklift is stuck in the services terminal, I'm not sure what to do. We're probably going to have to print out a new one then, and make the upgrades I want to make as I print it out. Isn't exactly how I wanted to do this, but I'm not going to get it done any other way. That's annoying. That is annoying. How do we be able to remedy that in the future? Oh well. If it's stuck for now, it's stuck for now. There's not much else I can do about that. I'll have to set this thing up then. Try and print out a new one. Projector. Workshop. Projector. That's the one. Forklifter. Right, so I did make. This is why I was late, because I was having that issue getting it out of the services terminal. So I went and blueprinted all the individual sections. I think I got all of them. So hopefully... That's the boom arm. That's not the right one. That's the wrong thing entirely. There's no point printing on the boom arm in midair. Fork. Oh, boom base. That's right at the top of the list. Main body, that's what I wanted. What orientation are you? Completely wrong. Completely different from the position I was in when I took the blueprint in the first place. Oh, that probably doesn't help. It's got old settings. Oh, that's actually pretty much right. It's just offset a fair bit. What's going on here? Let's get those connectors lined up, I guess. That's about right. Oh, look at projectiles, thank you. Right, I guess I'm gonna have to print the whole thing out from scratch then. That's gonna be fun. See how well this printer works then. So I need a connection point to start off from, don't I? Where are my merge blocks? I keep moving them, don't I? Merge block. You can go there now. Bits, don't I? I wonder why stuff is getting stuck in that services terminal, because I know a few other people on the server have had the same issue. That is kind of annoying. That was pretty much my whole plan for today, was to upgrade the forklift, the one I already have, rather than... Right, can I check the services terminal timer from here? No, there is no indication in the control panel of where it's up to. That's annoying. So I have to run all the way over here every time. What are you saying? You're still saying 6 minutes, no 7 minutes. Okay, whatever. We will just have to print out a new forklifter. To be honest, it'll give me a chance to work out where I'm going to put all the other projectors to make it printable. Yeah, you know what? Let's just roll with it. Let's see what happens. If I turned my... No, my thing is on. Oh, there we go. Processing plant control. Cool. There we go. Alright, lift you up a little bit. Bring those welders out. In the right position. Yeah, we're not far off. Why are you saying you can't access it now? That's an interesting little bug. Oh yeah, we've still got that issue on the server, haven't we? That's annoying. Right, let's bring them down. Yeah, somewhere around there should be okay. Right, let's get around here so I can see exactly how close they are. You can build a camera setup to do this. Get that right in, and we'll see what happens when we hit the go button on the welders. stop them for a second. Let's bring them out. Let's bring them down a little bit more. See if we can catch some of this stuff underneath a little bit better. Go. What's that connector missing? Turn that off so I don't get fried. What are you missing, connector? Motors. We run out of motors. We've got a couple in the assembler. May as well call it a bunch more anyway. Right, let's run that again. Oh, hey Sick, how you doing, man? Do I have to weld that last little bit up myself? Or is that just out of range of the welders or something? Got them. The other things are taking priority first. Let's put those batteries that have been built back onto charge. No, let's... oh. Ugh, damn it, it's connected me to the wrong thing. That is not the remote I wanted to be connected to. It's that one. What I want. And because I'm in another remote control, it won't let me. Damn. Hang on. Remote workshop. Main remote. I'll set you to main remote. Does that put me into you? No, it doesn't. It still puts me into the forklift. Interesting. What's that, Sick? How am I? I'm okay, but my original forklift seems to be trapped. Oop, connection error. My forklift seems to be trapped in the services terminal. I've just tried to call up another one of my stored vehicles to see if that's going to work. There's plenty of distance for the spawn point. I'm not quite sure how to resolve the issue. But I've still got a minute left, but yeah, I've tried to extract him a couple of times today and it keeps saying error, blah blah blah, check logs. It's kind of annoying. Because my whole goal for today was to try and upgrade the thing. So now I am just rebuilding him from scratch. It's kind of annoying. But I have got all the blueprints and sections of it, so it shouldn't be too difficult, and it should actually probably be a good test of making the thing a bit more printable. I did kind of want to do it the lazy way though, and just add some projector to the one I've already got, but I'm going to try this again. I'm going to wait 20 seconds, see if this guy wants to come out. And if he's trapped too, then they're both doomed and I don't know what to do about it. We'll see what happens. Yeah, there seems to be a bit of an issue with service terminals. I think it's more of a server-related issue, because I've never had this problem in a single-player game. Right, flatbed 1, deploy. Alright, you came out, no problem. Interesting. What's the difference? Right, flatbed 1. Flatbed 1, you go back in. Forklifter. Can we retrieve you from storage? 8 minutes. What's that? Sick. Didn't use service terminal yet at all. I like when all my grids are around. Sounds unfortunate, perhaps it'll resolve itself. Maybe server breaks it somehow. Yeah, it seems to be more of an issue on servers. I've not really encountered that in my single player games. Kind of annoying because it kind of defeats the whole purpose of having a service terminal. Because, I mean, if you're on a single player game, it's fine to have all your grids hanging around doing what you want. But when you're on a public server and you've got to take sim speed and lag and all that into consideration, it's really handy for putting stuff away that you're not using at the moment. But with that bug, I'm terrified of putting anything away and not being able to get it out again, which is concerning. But I'm starting to print this thing out. What are you stuck on? Containers. What haven't we got in there anymore? We haven't got any more steel plate. Oh. Smag, I put that on disassembling because I was breaking stuff down earlier. That probably doesn't help. Yeah, so let's actually build some motors. There we go, that's what was missing. We'll build some more of them. What else haven't we got in here that we need? Looks like we've run out of computers as well. You can hear stuff getting welded up behind me. Construction components. We're also missing them too. Yeah, every one of those motors is going straight into something over here. Oh, there we go. That's connected up, lovely. Getting there bit by bit. That is still taking me into the wrong one. Work remote control. Grab you. Let's lift that up a little bit. There we go. Right. Mostly welded up on this end. Need to pull it back a bit to get those rotors underneath. What are you missing? You're missing motors as well, but they're slowly going in. There we go. We have manual controls for them over here. Oh no, that's just the welders, isn't it? I've not done manual controls for the platform. Max's Light. Hey brother, do you have a tutorial for automation of a combat drone, preferably from ship deployment, changing home waypoint? I don't at the moment. I need to do some AI drone tutorial stuff. It's not as tricky as people think it is. What are you trying to do? Combat drone, preferably from ship deployment. That'd be simple enough to do. Like, I've not really got the setup to do it on this in this so far, because I'm not in space and I'm on a very high gravity planet. But yeah, that is not too difficult to do, and I am planning to do some AI tutorial stuff at some point in the near future. But yeah, I mean, what exactly would you want the drone to do? Like, automatically launch, track a target, kill it, come back, and dock kind of thing? Because for that, what do you need? You need an offensive block, and you need a flight block for it to move around. And then you could probably do the launch and the dock sequences with just a pair of recorder blocks. have the recorder block tied to an event controller, and yeah, or hey Mr. Petersburg, how you doing? Or you could download one, take it apart for study, see if anyone else has got any up on the Steam Workshop. Because that's how I sort of figured out how to do half this mech stuff, was I downloaded a lot of Black Armor's vanilla mechs off the Steam Workshop, and sort of, well, like Mr. Petersburg said there, picked them apart, tried to reverse engineer what he was doing, and kind of figured out a bunch of stuff that way. Right, I think once we've gotten the thruster component. Oh crap, am I out of thruster components? I had a bunch of them. Okay. I've used them. Bugger. Containers. I thought I had a load of them left. Obviously not as many as I thought. Right, I'm going to go harvest a few more out of one of these half-broken thrusters over here. No, it's not you, it's these ions, isn't it? There's none left in that one. There's 4 left in that one. There's 20 left in that one. And then all the rest. All, and I don't really want to break them down. Nick them out of that one. It was broken when I found it anyway. In we go. There we go, that thruster just got built. Anything else missing on that bottom section? It looks pretty good. Work, remote, control. Where's the control button? There it is. Right, it looks pretty good under there. Nothing else is getting welded up when I lift that, so I'm guessing that's pretty good there for that section. So let's bring the welders out a bit. Do this bit here. There we go. There we go. Got a bunch more stuff going into there. Oh, hey Kieran, how you doing, man? What's up, Mr. Petersburg? Yeah, it's good for ideas. Like, if someone else has done something you want to do and you want to figure it out, just reverse engineer theirs. There's a big difference between reverse engineering something and nicking somebody's idea. What's that, Mr. Petersburg? You want to make a new ship, but Warfare 3 is in the works. Can't seem to make anything without weapons. Yeah, there is a new Warfare thing in the works, I believe, which would be quite cool. I hope that adds some new weapons and stuff. It would be nice. But Black Armor got interesting builds, a few tutorials worth checking out. Yeah, Black Armor's got quite a few good builds. He did start a tutorial series about some stuff, and then I believe he went like full-time into the Air Force or something like that, and hasn't really posted a lot in the last few years. But he has messaged me a couple of times to say he watches my stuff when he's got free time, and quite enjoys what I'm doing. But yeah, he has still got a fair bit of stuff that's still relevant today, like, so yeah, go and check out Black Armor stuff. It's what set me on this path. Like, for me, Space Engineers was just another, like, block building survival-y kind of game, like Minecraft or whatever, and then looking for tutorials and stuff on how to get started, I found his mech videos, and it completely changed my whole perspective on the whole game. What's that, Kieran? You want bigger guns, different types? I personally just want some some different types is what I'd like to see, a bit of variation, like, because we've only really got like 4 or 5 kinds of weapons. What we've got: GATs, autocannons, assault cannons, artillery and railguns, and rocket launchers. So you got 6 essentially, but yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing like some different kinds of weapons. Don't know what form, like, I'm not really a gun nut or anything like that, but it'd be nice to see something different. If we're talking bigger stuff, what I want really in bigger stuff is I want 3x3 large grid mechanical blocks. I want these scaled up into LG. If we're talking big stuff that I want, that is the first thing on my list. I want 3x3 large grid mechanical blocks. Because if I wanted to scale him up to large grid, I would have to swap out this whole section here for the small grid rotor. And functionally it's pretty much the same, but there is a bit of difference in its height and displacement and all that. You want bigger hangar doors? Yeah, definitely. A 2-block door and a 1-block base, even if you stack them to make a 4-block door, isn't enough a lot of the time for a lot of stuff. Like, most of my mechs just will not get out of a hangar door, no matter what configuration, which is why I never bother putting doors on any of my big buildings. Right, you look like you're done there. Let's lift those welders a little bit more. Ba-dum-dum-dum. Work. Remote. Control. Control. 7 and 9. Stick you there for a minute. Let's have a look and see. Container. What are we running low on again? We have run out of steel plate again, so let's call something like that. No, looks like we've got on steel plate. No, that's getting used at the moment. We'll do some more construction components. Pop that in first. Nope, we're good on them too. 2 plates we're good on. We have completely run out of computers though. Do we need any of them? Oh no, we've got loads in there actually. So, like that. What are you missing? Metal grids. Ah, right. Let's bung another bunch of them in. Can you make the metal grids, please? There we go. Oh yeah, because the back end of it's all heavy armor, isn't it? To act as counterweight. That'll be why we need all of them. Which needs to get a little bit closer to weld those bits. Most of that looks done, though I can't quite see what's in there. What do you need? 2 plate computers and stuff. You might just not be close enough to the welder. I just have to move that. Pump. Container. Oh, you got plenty of computers in there. It must just be not close enough to the welders, I'm guessing. Yeah, just eating metal grids at the moment. Oh, messages. What's that, Mr. Kingsbury? You want smaller weapons so you can bunch some of them together. Smaller weapons, bigger doors. Yeah, some more compact weapons would be good. Warfare 3, I would like new types for sure, like flak, ammo, perhaps guided missiles. Yeah, some things like that would be quite cool. What have we got? Some new crops. I wouldn't be adverse to more crops. I mean, we've only really got 4 at the moment. A little bit more variation would be good. What's that? Super sick. Also, new types of mechanical blocks and game focused on engineering would be preferable, like even bigger, smaller rotor pistons, hinges, all new types like ball joints. I know from experience of playing this game for a long time that ball joints have been requested multiple times in multiple different formats with various feedback tickets and things over the years. I believe it's one of those things that's just been kind of stuck in consideration for a while. It's definitely something that has been mentioned repeatedly to the devs, that mechanical weirdos like myself would really enjoy some ball joints. I would definitely like some more mechanical blocks though. There's a great mod called Mechanical Expansion that adds a bunch of different sizes of things. It's got half-size pistons, so like I think it's like a 5 meter variant. I know it's all small grid stuff though, so yeah, it's got like a 1 meter piston in it. I think it's got a 3x3 piston in it as well, and like rotors and hinges and stuff with side-mounted connectors and all sorts of stuff like that. Oh, Stephen Ivy 97 who's now following. Oh, hey, thank you, man. Oh, over on Twitch. I'd love a ball joint or maybe a better hitch system so I can make a better system for my 18-wheeler. Yeah. Yeah, some ball joints would be good. You can make a similar kind of thing with a hinge and a rotor, but an actual ball joint all in like one combined axis would be really good. Right, let's check that services terminal again. See if forklift is still stuck. Bet someone's made a 420 crop mod already. Probably, but it probably would go against either Steam or Keen's terms of service, potentially. There was a problem processing this request. Damn it, the forklifter is trapped forever. Really? What if I drop him in from higher up? Or attempt to drop him in from higher up? Nope, still an error. That's annoying. Let's take precision mode off, maybe. Nope, there is still an error. Why is that particular grid trapped in limbo? He's one of my most useful grids. Fine. Share with faction. Does that make a difference? We will find out in 9 minutes. Oh, what's up, Mr. Penisberg? It's just oregano. Yeah, sure it is. I'm sure it is. It's annoying about the forklift. What's that sick? You think you tried once the mod mechanical expansion seemed cool but didn't play with it far because I think it may be broken? Yeah, a couple of I used to use it quite a lot, and then there was an update that moved all the stuff around with the mechanical blocks, like the share inertia tensor world settings, and expanded the experimental torque settings of them. That update seemed to break some stuff with that mod, and it also broke some stuff with some of my own rotor mods, because I think they added a bunch of extra code to the mechanical blocks, so it probably just needs updating with that. I know my rotor mod, my mechanical mods did as well. But yeah, mechanical expansion's really good when it works. But yeah, I'd like to see something like that. We need more metal grids. We probably do. Oh no, I've got plenty. Let's move you down a bit then. Work. Bum 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 bum. Out. Control. I keep getting. That keeps hooking me into the wrong remote control for some reason. Why does that? Bum bum bum. Work remote. Yeah, scroll past it every time. Still loads of stuff getting built in there. We good? How are we getting on? That one looks good. I think most of the computer's built. Alright, let's try and get this end. And keep doing that. I know it doesn't work. Work remote. Control. What am I doing? I am. Pull it all the way out. Bring that in a bit. There we go. Missing from here. More metal grids. We out of them again. Yep, there we go. I'm getting on down here. That's alright. Do the docking controls work? Yes, they do. Fantastic. Oh, hang on, let's put that onto charge. That shouldn't be that way around. Let's switch that lock. That comes back on. Switch that lock. Ah, there we go. Right. Cool. Alright, so docking controls are welded up and seem to be working properly. That's good. Are we alright on this back end now? Work projector. What are you saying? 6 blocks remaining. Armor, beam, heavy panel, and a gyro. Gyros are in the middle. Okay. That's not too bad, actually. Work remote control. Yeah, I do like this welder I've set up, but it definitely needs some improvement. It needs to be a slightly different arrangement. And it's a prime example of what I'd really like. I'd really like a half-size piston, large grid. I'd like a 5 meter piston. Or like a single block one that extends to 5 meters, like the 2 block one extends to 10 meters, that's what I mean. There we go, that seems to be welding some stuff up. Work projector. Still missing that gyro. You are right in the middle though. You are very close. It might be tricky to get that with the welders. Let's see what happens. Work remote control. Every time I go past it. We've got something there. Bring that one down. Bring that one down. Work Pro. A beam, a heavy panel, and a gyro. Is that metal grids again by any chance? No, we've got bloody loads of them. Where are they then? Oh, the gyro is bang in the middle. Oh, I can't really get it in much. Ow, debris, thank you. Oh, I'm already at full health. Energy that I need. Oh, hey Lynn there. Good day, Dread. I hope the robots are not arguing too loudly. The robots are mostly fine. It's the services terminal I'm having an argument with at the moment. It seems to have trapped my forklifter, so I'm building a new one from scratch. I was going to upgrade the one I've already got. But, oh, he'll be done in 30 seconds. Let's just hide in there out the storm for a second. Yeah, I'm doing okay, but my forklifter is stuck. Which is a bit annoying, because I like using the services terminal as a bit of a garage for storing things, but if I can't get them back out again, it makes it a little bit annoying to... What happened to the lift spider? The lift spider I sold to one of the other players on the server. The workhorse now belongs to Varian. Because they were quite keen to buy it and made several attempts to come and pick it up. And they basically paid me for it with a load of stuff that I've been after. Yeah, I do intend to make an upgraded one. Forklifter, deploy, is stuck. There's a problem. Damn it. Oh, my poor forklifter. You're one of my favourite mechs I've built recently. Nope. You is stuck. Damn. I can get a flatbed out. Because I tried that earlier. Flatbeds. The flatbed Mark 1 is fine. I can't check out the log because I am playing on somebody else's server. I can ask one of the admins to have a look and see what's happened, but that's about all I can do personally at the moment. It was kind of stuck in there, which is annoying. I mean, my plan for today was anyway to upgrade the forklifter to make him more printable, so we'll just go the long way about and just print the whole thing and upgrade him as we go. Ow. Thank you, Debris. Or Deborah, as we call you. Work projector. Still missing that gyroscope. It's awkward because of where the cab is. And the way I've set these up. There's one unified control system. I need to make them more independent so I can operate the two sides independently. But that's going to require a lot of faffing about. So, what can I do that requires less faffing? Well, as it's an issue beyond your control, that would be the way of it. Ask someone command. Yeah, I can just ask Ire or Kaz or one one of the admins later what's going on. I know a few people have had that issue. Like I said, I think it's mostly a server specific kind of issue. I think it just gets confused. Hopefully the next update will fix some of those issues. What we're doing, I'm doing remote controls, so back out of there a little. What are you trying to weld? You're trying to weld something. Interesting. Lift that up a bit. Bring it forwards a bit. Where are we? Where's the cab? If I maneuver... Wrong button. If I maneuver those arms forwards a little bit more, and then bring it in, can I reach that welder? Oop, I heard something weld. Oop, that's pushing against the grid, that's not good. Ah, it's just touching that. Have we managed to catch that bit in the middle yet? Yes, we've got that. Beam and a heavy... beam tip, heavy armor panel. Okay, where are they? Oop, don't get stuck in the hole. Bum, 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 bum. Beam tip. On the panel. Oh, I don't know. Well, I don't mind. That'll do. I can find the beam tip and the armor panel later on. Work remote. Let's back that welder off a bit then. Control. Let's just bring everything out and turn those welders off so they don't cook me. Oh, damn it. Where's that missing bit then? Beam tip and an armor plate. There are so many places there can be beam tips. Ah, hello. That's one of them. Interesting. Why won't you let me? Oh, yeah. I'll grab the part manually. Steel, give me some of that. Metal grid, give me some of that. I'll just weld it myself. Oop. Build another ramp up here again. Hey, server lag. Don't take me back over there. I did very well to get across that. Oop. Right. Take the server a second. Fine, I'll do it this way. Okay, just the server lag. There's going to be a pain in my ass. I wonder where that beam tip is. No idea. Anyway, right, that's the body section done. I did want to try and figure out where I could potentially squeeze. Oh, you know, I might put it there actually. Where is it? Oh, I took it off the thing again, that's why. Miss Pittsburgh, so it could be a glitch then. Yeah, I think it is just a bit of a glitch with the services terminals. It's definitely an error message. And I've extracted other things and put them back in using the same terminal in the same spot with the same settings today, so I don't know what causes it. It just seems to randomly pick certain grids and just go, nope, that is stuck and you're not having it back. I don't know why. It's done it to a few other people. I'll get some bits for you, because I never ended up putting any projectors on these things when I built it initially. Fork 01. FRK 01. Repair projector. Body. Right, that's what you can be. I'll turn you off because we don't actually need you on right now. You are for future things. I wonder where the hell that beam tip is. Everything else has spawned properly. I mean, the override gyros haven't, but that's because they're a separate grid. I was expecting them to not spawn, because they don't. So we'll manually do them. There's some things that are just too much of a faff to try and blueprint. Sure, I grabbed all the bits for that. I'm sure you said I had all the bits for that. Oh. Needs more steel plate, apparently. Give that a second. Oh, hey, how you doing, man? How you doing? I seem to be succumbing to the same trapped services terminal grid issue that a few other people have been having. My forklift seems to be stuck in the services terminal. I don't know if you or Kaz or anyone can actually do anything about it. I just thought it was worth noting. Because my plan was to upgrade him today, but I've tried multiple times with different settings to try and get him out of here, and it just keeps coming up with the cannot retrieve, there was a problem error for whatever reason. I tried the flatbed one, he came out no problem, put him back in no problem, took him out again no problem. Forklifter just seems to be completely stuck. Don't know what it's about, but like I mentioned earlier in the stream, hopefully the new update will sort out some of the issues with the service terminals. Anyway, right, other than that rogue single beam block that is in here somewhere that has not been welded up. Yeah, I thought it might be. What's that? A lot of those are sadly out of things we do. Yeah, I figured as much. I thought it might just be like a server-specific error that you can't really do much about, but is what it is. Anyway, it kind of gives me an excuse to rebuild this thing from scratch, because what I was going to do with this today is because of the planned server reboot, the next chapter and all that. My plan was to make all of the stuff that I've built here printable, so I can easily get it all set up when the server reboot happens, and also to make them more manufacturable for other players that might want to buy stuff like this. My plan was to just upgrade the one that I had, but seeing as that's stuck, I'm just printing out a new one from scratch and doing the things I need to do it with it as I go, which isn't too bad. Just went and blueprinted each section of it earlier. So, on the subject of projectors, that one can go off, because we've done everything but one. rogue beam tip that I just cannot figure out where the hell it is. So that's fine, I'll deal with that. Work remote. We'll lift this thing up and get some of the legs started. Doesn't need to go too high yet. Which way are these facing? They're all pointing out, aren't they? Lovely. 8. There we go. So, if I get these all lined up under here in the centre, use that as the starting point for all of these. Yeah, so that's forward, that's right, that's left. Lovely. Right. Actually, we'll do that. No, we'll just do one leg at a time for now. Grab some bits for you. In fact, I can go through there, can't I? Except for the steel plate. There we go, lovely. Right, so you can be fork 1, repair projector. Leg. Front right. No, front left, idiot. I'll just call it front right. Front left 1. Because there'll be that, and there'll be the shin, and there'll be the foot. Yeah, okay. That should work. Right, let's get in there. Rep, projector, fork. There we go. Blueprint. Fork. Foot, main body, shin, where's the thighs? There we go, front left. Yeah, and this way I can sort of easily-ish, like, print out these, robots. Where are we? That's not the one I want yet. I want to get the right orientation. Where are we? You are upside down. That's where you are. There we go. That's better. Almost there. Wicked. Something like that. And that projector can just live in there. When we need it, we can turn it on and off. Rep. Projector. Walk. Oh, I meant to put keep projection on that before I turned it off. Yeah, then we can just have that for when we need to make repairs. Turn it off. Turn it on when stuff needs fixing. Cool. Right, let's get my face out of there and get that in. Control. Probably have to. Oop, not that one. Yeah, we'll leave you there. Bring that out a bit. Turn the welders on. We need to get some more stuff lined up. Yeah, we're way too high, aren't we? Hard to tell sometimes. Work. Remote. Oop, that was on the button. Oh, I've completely run out of steel plate though, haven't I? Yeah, that'd be why. That's way too close, and that's why it's not triggering. Or why it's not welding, rather. Oop. Right, energy. That was a bad choice. There we go. Work, remote. Let's move that back out again. Number 4, put you there for a second. Steel plate. There we go. Yeah, so that leg is almost entirely steel plate, so... keeps putting me in the wrong thing in the control panel. Work, remote. Ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. What's that rotor missing? Motors. Is that all you're missing? It seems to be. Yep, they're going straight into that. Wicked. That's that leg done. Let's do the next. Let's do the bottom sections of all the other legs first before we extend any further out, because that might get a bit tricky to print up, the way I've set the welder up. Once again, back into there. I wish there was a way of turning remote control blocks on and off, because I specifically set this one up over here with that remote control so I can drop straight into it and into the controls. But now that I've built this and he's got a remote control on him, it keeps automatically taking me into this one instead. Is it anything to do with that being switched on? Yes, I think it might be that actually, because that seems to work again. Okay, interesting. If I stand over here, it says no signal. I'll put a short range on that, but I didn't put that short of a range on it. That should be 60 meters. I should reach from here. That's only 40 meters. Alright, I'm sure that range is a load of nonsense. Okay, at least that worked. That seems to be the issue. What are we doing? Right, pulling that all the way back out. Turning them off so we don't get cooked. And we can bosh another one of them on there. Yeah, that's the right way, and then that's the right way. Groovy. So if I blocks, oh yeah, because it's the block that's now occupying. That makes sense. So that should hopefully have some similar settings when it comes to loading in the other blueprints. Let's name all of them. Yeah, left. There we go. Yeah, because I really like Apology's crazy printing machines that he makes. Build all sorts of crazy contraptions. I'm trying to figure out ways of doing similar things with mechs. Not specifically to like do on this server, but these the survival restrictions on this server give me a good excuse to try and figure out how to do that stuff. It kind of forces me into it almost, actually. Right, so they are all built. You are done, you can go off. Make a new blueprint of that leg in a bit. Let's set right up then. Fork, rep, projector, put right. Fork, front, right, thigh. Oh, that was me hoping it would have similar settings. What do we have? Your 180 vertical offset -2. Can I not copy that over? Is it because I did it before I welded it? Ah, it's because I did it before I welded it. Fantastic. Okay. I'll put those into there now. Or it might, just because it needs a blueprint loaded in first. We'll find out. But that is working there. Lovely. Get the welders in. Weld that up. We should only have to bring them back in again. Do need to make a better system that has more independent welding arms though. That would be handy. How's that, Mr. Penisberg? I wonder how they are going to improve the projector is one of the things mentioned in the updates. Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. What upgrades they might make to it. First thing I always do with every update, rather than play with it, I usually spend about 20 minutes going through the patch notes to find out what's been changed. We've run out of steel again, haven't we? No, yes, no. Yes, no, yes, no. Large steel tube, that's what we're missing. I'll just make like 30 of them for now. There we go, wonderful. What are you saying? You are saying... missing another one somewhere? What else are you missing? That's done, that's done, that's done. What other block could you possibly be missing? Is there a steel plate in there somewhere? Have a little nosy. Ah, there we go. There was something over there that needed it. Right, cool. I think that's that section of that leg done. Let's flick those welders off again. All but one. Yeah, that'll be the one you're occupying. Groovy. We'll turn you back off. What are we on? Rear right. Fork, wrap, pro, rear right, blueprint. Fork, thigh, rear right. And these are all printing out correctly. Yep, front right, that is the thing that I wanted. Lovely. Oh, right, yeah, it does need a blueprint in there first, doesn't it? Oh! Smag. I meant to put key projection on that. Oh, you know what? I'll deal with that later. I will remember to put it on this one there. Fork, rep, pro, rewrite. Oh, it's already on, that's fine. Just forgot to... oh no, that is on. Oh, cool, good. Groovy. Bring them back then. Where are we? Put them on. Bring them back. Does the server allow for inventory manager? We've had to sort of strictly reduce script use because it was causing a lot of issues. So the scripting on the server, I believe, has been heavily reduced and is sort of directly monitored by the admins now, as far as I'm aware. Something along those lines. So, so yeah, I don't think that's really adding too much of the problems at the moment. I think the service terminal stuff is just service terminal bugs in general. Like I said, there's not much him or the admins can do about those problems. It's just an issue with the service terminal. So hopefully the next update will address that. I think the service terminals have been out long enough now for a lot of that stuff to kind of get flagged up. Now we need to bring that in way closer. Oh yeah, let's actually... There we go. Let me project my robots in one piece. Yeah, it would be nice if the projectors could, handle multi-grid stuff. It would be a lot more efficient. I flick that on and off. That's an interesting bug as well. What am I doing? There we go. That's the angle we want. A wee bit closer. There we go. Beautiful. How's that projector looking? Still missing one block somewhere. What are you missing? Oh, the one that you're occupying. Let's just move that about a bit, eh? That'll be why. What can't we reach? Ah, there we go. Whatever that was. What are you saying? 40 out of 41. Lovely. Right, that's the next section done. Repair projector number 3. Number 3. RL. Fork, rep. Projector rear left. Fork, thigh, rear left. That should be the one. Keep that projection. Paste those settings. Yes, they all work. Fantastic. Yeah, 'cause I made a point of grabbing each blueprint for each section of each leg from the same position, so yeah, that seems to have worked out quite nicely. Even though the initial orientation of the projector is a mess, at least I can just copy and paste the settings over to get it nice and lined up. Groovy, right. Turn the welders back on. Bring them back in. Is that a steel plate issue again? Probably. Yep, there we go. There we go. Springing into life bit by bit. Out of 41. Wonderful. Right, that's that section of that leg done. That's the wrong button. Okay then, right. Shin sections. Get all them done, and then see if I can do the mast. Oh, actually, once I put the legs in, that's going to be... that's going to be quite tall. Maybe I should try and figure out how to print out the mast first. Yeah, get that as low as possible. We can lift up and over a bit. Oh, good. Yeah, man. No, no. Come on, server. Play with me nice. Play nice. Play nice. There we go. Right. This mast. The mast hasn't got any conveyor connections in it, so none of that matters. It's the same as the legs. I'm trying to print out something like this that's got a conveyor connection's a bit more awkward, because you kind of want that first point of contact thing you're printing out to be the projector. Forward, left, right. Right, that's forward facing. Oh, I can't even get to it now, it's too far down. I'll just rename it. Oop. Behave. Yeah, man. Oh. Wait. There we go. What's that? You like the added icons to help show the projector position? Yes, they came in one of the previous updates, I believe. They have made doing stuff with projectors way easier. Way easier to tell which way stuff's facing now. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the other improvements to them are going to end up being. Because yeah, having little left and right indicators, a forward arrow on the top and bottom, does make them a whole lot easier to use. Right, you can be fork, repair, projector, mast, base. Oh, Jim FYYC is now following. Hello there. Oh, hey from Canada, over on Twitch. Hey dude, how you doing? Welcome to the party. Hi from Calgary, Alberta. I don't think I actually know anyone that lives in that neck of the woods. I know quite a few people in various parts of the world. I don't actually personally know many Canadians, but yeah, welcome to the party, dude. YYC is Calgary, Alberta, Canada airport code. Oh, fair enough. Are you a bit of the aviation-oriented kind of guy? Right, repair projector, base, mast. I can get into the control panel through here, can't I? Yes, we can. Rep. Projector, fork, mast, what it should have been. Blueprint. And we're going to see how well this works. There's multiple subgrids in this, so I'm going to have to use weld pads to weld certain parts of it up. What are we doing? Fork, not frock. Fork, boom, base. Oh, that's what I called it. Yeah, you know what? We'll change the name. We'll call it boom. I called all blueprints boom. That's what it is, really. Right. What way round are you? You are... that way around? Oh, I think you are actually that way around. Wonderful. Vertical. Needs to come down another one, doesn't it? Yes, in fact, that is exactly what it was, I think. Perfect. Right, that bit's going to be easy enough to weld up. It's the next part that's going to be tricky. It's got a pair of pistons in tandem. What am I doing? I am lifting them back up. Annoyingly, they don't lift as high as I would like them to. Could really do with this welder being a whole welder rig being a block higher, but that's a load of faff. What's that, Jim? 2019 to 22 used to watch with a 4 hours day of satisfactory space engineers predates satisfactory, I found out. This is your automated machine shop. It's kind of semi-automated. It's just a loose idea I've been working on Aegirs survival server that I've been playing on. Because it's got some pretty, like, heavy survival restrictions. And I like to do complicated things. So I'm trying to work out ways to kind of automate the complicated things, and this welding rig kind of works alright, but it can't quite reach as many things as I'd like. Oh, hey Fonzio, no worries, man. What's that like there? Hopefully you can sort out your forklift if need, build one from memory. This is why I made all the blueprints led there, so I can... What I'm doing now is what I intended to do with the stream with my actual forklift anyway. It just so happens that it managed to get stuck, so I'm having to do it the long way around and just rebuild the whole thing from scratch, but is what it is. And it also, it's probably better off doing it this way around anyway, because that way I know it's all going to be printable and actually work. Because I did the same thing with the flatbed too. When I was designing that, I specifically designed it to be printable in most places. I've not set up the turrets or the crane arm on it, but the crane arm that is on it to be printable yet. But not far off. Right, that's in nice and close. Let's get that on. Wicked. Some stuff at the bottom and a bunch of stuff at the side. We run out of steel again, probably. No, we got some in there. I think it just can't quite reach, can it? Let's give it a little bit of a wiggle then. There we go. Pull you back a bit. Lift you up a bit more. I can see something, and it's still glowing there. Maybe we're out of steel now? Or is it just being... Nope. Is it just a proximity thing? Why are you not welding that block up? Interesting. Oh, hang on. That steel plate is in my inventory, not in the base. Yeah, that's me being stupid and looking at the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Wonderful. Right. Now to work out the next bit, which is going to be kind of tricky. How shall we go about it? Let's turn them off so they don't get cooked. Let's move them out of the way. Go on. Put in spectator mode for a second so I can see what I'm doing in the third person camera. I do wish that the third person camera, when you're on a different grid connected to a bigger grid, didn't just automatically do that. That view has never been helpful to me ever. If I'm on the cockpit of a big ship, cool, fine. That's kind of what I expect, but if I'm on a small grid, or just another grid connected to another grid, I'd like my third person view to actually be the thing that I'm looking at. Do any of my... oh no, they won't work yet, so I need to set them all up, don't I? Walk. Controller, boom, down. That has got a bunch of stuff in it. See what happens when I weld up the rest of it. Oh, that has got the right... Oh, I know why. Controls are off. Because it's connected up. Fork, control thrusters. Turn them on for a second. Nope. Controls are probably off as well, aren't they? Control, fork. Oop. Arm. Both on. Oh, I don't know. I'm sure I turned them on. Apparently I did not. On, please. Seems to be working. I'll have to set it up properly, won't I? Once it's all built, so that's gonna be a pain. I'll just tip that forward, I suppose. Oop. Ah, there's some blocks in there that didn't get welded. Oh. There's some other stuff in there that didn't get welded. I'll have to get the welder back on him in a second. Outcast. Oh, hey, Dread. How you doing? What's that like now? It would be a lot of rework to build things up a high level. Yeah, it's... I'd have to move basically the entire top section of the building up a block or two to do what I want to do, and I don't have the equipment on this server to do that. Yeah, like I said, just something I kind of threw together. Kind of works, just doesn't quite reach high enough. The other option is to recess the floor, but that would make getting mechs in and out here very difficult. But yeah, it'll be fine. Right, rebuilding this arm. This is going to be tricky. This is where things are going to be a little bit different, because I need to be able to print a section out. Oh. Right. Every time I step backwards and slip off something. What are we going to call you? You're going to be projector. Prepare projector. Boom. Section 1. I think that's what I called the blueprint. You know what? Let's jump into that cab for a second. That was Outcast, plus the reset coming. Not much point. Oh yeah. Also, I need to eat. Well noticed. Yeah, I'm kind of with the reset coming for this server. I'm not too worried about expanding this base at the moment. What I want to do is make the stuff I've already built more easily reproduced on the new server when the time comes. I'm already in the terminal, you idiot. Did I not name the cockpit on the other one? That's interesting. What was it doing? Blah 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 blah. Projector. Or rep. Boom. Section 1. That's it. What's that got missing? One block. That'll be the armor block in the middle. That's in the way of. Cool. Right, that one can go off then. This one is going to be fork. Boom. Section 1. There we go. That's what I want. What time am I on? Hour and a half, right. I'm going to set this up and then I'm going to go and have a quick bio break and grab a fresh cup of tea because mine has gone stone cold. Back, which way round is that? It should be that's the left hand side because that's the side the blueprint seems to be oriented from. Not that one. How about roll? Nope. Pitch. There we go. Don't know how that is pitch. That is clearly yaw. Is it just turned on its yaw axis? But whatever. Yeah, roll is pitch, yaw is roll, and pitch is yaw. Perfect. Makes perfect sense. And then that needs to come back a block, doesn't it? It always seems to need to come back a block. Every time, without fail. Groovy. Right, that is lined up, I think, the way it's supposed to be. And then once it's welded, I'm going to have to extend it out and then weld pad that head onto the back end of there. Because pistons kind of do and kind of don't have an attach and detach function. They sort of exist in the game, but they can be a bit funny about attaching and detaching. It's a bit weird. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Right, I'm going to go and quickly grab a fresh cup of tea and have a bio break, so I'll be back in a few minutes. What's that? Oh, actually, a weird texture over there. Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes and we'll carry on trying to figure out how to make this thing printable. So don't go anywhere, I'll be back very soon. Right, I am back again. Return that music back down. Get rid of that and get rid of that. Cool, right. What are we up to? We're going to weld that next section. Maybe lift that up a little bit higher, to be honest. Or, actually, no, let's see if we can get it from there. In that orientation. Where are we with these welders? Oh, what's that, Jim? What are you saying? How many mech vehicles have you designed, made? Do you have them in hangars, garages? I have no idea how many I've made. On this server, I've made maybe half a dozen vehicles. If you're talking how many mechs I've made in total, God knows. Probably hundreds at this point. I've got lots that I've published and then lots that I've never published because I never got around to finishing them, or they didn't quite work as well as I wanted them to, or whatever reason. Do I have them all in hangars, garages? On this server, yeah, I tend to, on my single player game as well, I tend to try and make a proper docking station for all my mechs as well. Particularly with my multi-pad, like spider tank things, I'd usually set them up with this kind of docking connector kind of configuration at the bottom to make them easy to dock up and recharge and rearm and all that kind of stuff. Can you let me into that control panel, please? Thank you. I'll need to eat again in a second. Let's have some more food. What are we doing? Moving those welders forwards. Bring them in a bit. You know, probably actually bring it up a bit. It doesn't actually need to be as low as I thought it did. Let's drop them down a bit. Let's flick them on and let's bring them in. See what happens. That one appears to have... Oh! How's that projector getting on? 30 out of 32. Oh, that'll be the head it's trying to print on the back of there. Which needs to connect onto the new one. And the one that the projector is occupying, so I think that one's good. Let's move you back out again then. Then, in theory, I can extend you out. And I've got the stuff on me to build a platform temporarily. Yep, there we go. Ruby. Yeah, right, so that doesn't need to be there. Yeah. Can I get to the projector from this side? Probably not. Yeah, where is it? There it is. Keep projection. Off you pop. I don't need you at the moment. I need to try and weld you onto there. If you're trying to use the attach-detach, it's a bit weird. Sometimes it doesn't seem to work in vanilla. It kind of works when you've got build vision installed, but it can be a bit funny. I'm going to try it with a weld pad. Let's see what happens there. Extend you out. And then clang explosion. Nope, wicked. Fantastic. That's what we wanted. Lovely. Yeah, weld pads totally need to be a vanilla thing as far as I'm concerned. Since using them regularly on this server, I have fallen in love with weld pads. They make building stupid mech designs like this so stupidly easy. Or not even stupidly easy, just a lot nicer. Oh, Outcast, hey, in the game chat. Square pistons are also kind of weird. Yeah, the square pistons have weird hitboxes. Do not put them side by side. That is why there is very much a one block gap and very little around them, if at all. Because yeah, the square ones, they've got some, like you say, some weird hitboxes. I'll turn that off. And the settings for that should, in theory, be identical to the next section. Yeah, that's left, that's right. Cool. Grab some more bits. Thank you very much. Let's put you in there. Bum 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 bum. Not the right one. Eekly boom. Section 2. Wield that. Yep, there we go. That works again. What's that? The good old sticky tape solution. Yeah, I wish they'd give us a vanilla version of the sticky tape. It works lovely. Like the merge blocks, like they have their perfect place. Like that is doing exactly what I want it to. It's a point to build off that I can connect and detach when I need to. That served its purpose, but the weld pads for like permanently fusing stuff back together, they just need to be vanilla. They are so useful. What's that, Zigzoo? You're looking at the grid wobbling. I can smell clanging here. That's just server twitch. That is literally just server twitch. That's not even clang. Like, if it was clanging, it'd be sparking and banging and making horrible noises, and I wouldn't be doing it. My general rule with clang is if I'm trying to do something stupid that automatically induces it, I straight away try and rework what I'm doing to reduce the scrubbing. Some mech builders are quite happy to have like blocks scrubbing against each other and doing weird stuff as long as it like looks cool, but I like my stuff to be functional. I don't like it to be clangy or scrubby or sparky. I like it to be as functional as humanly possible. So I will always try and find the most game-friendly way of doing something. If I have to redesign the whole thing, I will do. That's generally how I avoid clang issues, is I just straight up avoid clang issues. I know most of the things that cause it, so I know how to work around it. Rep Pro Boom 2. There we go. Yeah, because I get people asking all the time, like, how do you make things like work like that aren't clanging? It's like, because I specifically avoid clang. I have done years worth of experimenting to see what works and what doesn't, and still find new things all the time. But yeah, I generally try and avoid clang as much as possible. There's loads of ways of doing stupid stuff without inducing it. Boom. Section 2. Wonderful. Right, let's Bosch keep projection on you, and let's Bosch the settings. Wonderful. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Then we'll just have to I just have to greeble over that a little bit because I hate being able to see the yellow connectors. I have to cover that up a little bit, but yeah, that seems to work. Let's get those welders back in. How are we? That should be fine. Is that just... I'm sure that the usable signal on these antennas is about 10 meters shorter than it says it is. Right, I'll put that up to 70 meters. Can I get the signal from this corner of the room, please? What's that? Sick. Oop, hang on. Missed a few messages there. Then there, Clang does not go quietly. LOL! No! Clang makes himself aware, usually straight away, when you start hearing those little bangs and bumps and things. What's that, Outcast? It can look cool as anything, but it's not cool if you can't even use it. Yeah, that's another thing I've seen people struggle with mech building, is they've jumped headfirst into making something look sweet, and then realised that their leg design has got like 10 degrees of movement, or is completely top heavy, or... Yeah, I quite often see people asking, I've built this cool mech, help me make it move and walk, and it's just like, you kind of should have been designing that into the build as you go. Because otherwise you'll have those problems, because building mechs and stuff in SE, it's there's a lot more stuff you've got to consider when you're designing stuff than you do like a ship or a rover. Ships and rovers, generally, you've just got to sort of make sure it's got power, fuel, thrusters in the right places, and enough to make it move. With mech building, like, the range of movement in your legs is so important. Like, if I put in a third leg in the here either side, I would have to adapt, almost certainly have to adapt the range of movement in these rotors at the side. Because that leg in the middle would obviously have a certain amount of range that it needs to move between, which could adversely affect the ranges these move, and all sorts of stuff like, all sorts of knock-on things like that. Do we need more steel? And there's also centre of mass. Centre of mass is stupidly important for mechs. You want them to be able to stand up properly or balance. I've got steel in there, but I'll make a little bit more. That might just be a proximity thing, which needs to be closer, doesn't it? Let's bring it a bit closer. 3. There we go, lovely. What are you saying then? 27? What else is missing? Oh, there's stuff missing out of you. Construction components. Ah, right, we've run out of construction components apparently. Oh, that's like other messages. Pretty doesn't get asses kicked. Yeah. Sick. Honestly, I get very little attention from playing as well, unless you smeg it up yourself. Yeah! Oh, Tony Players 2026, hello. Do you ever find the weight of the mech to be too much for your set of legs? How do you handle that? That is a very good question. Yes, it is something you can encounter very quickly, and the way to deal with it is your torque settings. Velocity is how much speed is applied to the rotor, and how quickly it will move. And the torque is how much force is applied to it. So if I had that set to the default settings, which is like 400,000 or something, it's just not got enough strength to push. So a lot of the mech building with legs is about tweaking the torque settings for each section of the leg. Because the knee section here will overall it's still taking the same amount of mass, but it doesn't need to apply the same amount of force that the hip rotors do, because they move forward and backwards. They actually propel the thing forward and backwards. This just needs to be able to support the overall weight. So they'll have different settings depending on what they need to do. Yeah, it's just the torque settings. If you build a mech and you find it sags when it sags when it's taken a step, and it's going belly down to the floor every time it moves. Or if the legs aren't strong enough to actually propel it forwards, it is usually the torque settings that is the issue. Oh yeah, construction components. Rambling nonsense. I need to make construction components. Bosh another 100 of them in. Yep, there we go, that's all that needed. Let's eat some more of my pitiful food. We all good up here then, projector? Still saying 27. Oh. Is that a range thing? You're just struggling to get near that. Let's give you a bit of a jiggle. There we go. Yeah, it's just a range thing. There's... I believe the welding range on these things is a sphere, so about here there will be a bit of a gap. And also, about in the middle there'll also be a little bit of a gap in the range, but 31 out of 33, so that'll be you, and it'll be the other one on that side. Wicked. Right, that side is done. Projection is kept on. Get rid of that block. Cycle that again, because there seems to be a weird bug with that. Let's move them out. Let's turn them off. What's the outcast? There's making it look like it has mass, and then it's making it look too weak to move. Yeah, mass and all that kind of stuff does factor in quite heavily into building mech stuff. Like I said before, Keen didn't really set out to do it, but they have ended up making sort of one of the best mech engineering games out there. Purely because the physics engine is pretty... It's not super realistic, but for a lot of intents and purposes, it is pretty realistic when it comes to things like gravity and mass and center of mass and things like that. The only thing I wish space engineers had was like actual air resistance. Nothing has any wind resistance, even on planets. You basically have to rely... Oh, what's that? Jean Van Pom. Just raided with 40 people. Hey Jean, how you doing, man? How are you doing? Hey mate. You good? Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm very good. I'm just working out how to make this thing printable. Twitch, what are you doing? Oh, you're catching up. There you go. Yeah, I'm just working out how to make my telehandler mech printable, because we're gonna... The server I'm playing on is gonna have a revamp in a couple of weeks after the update, so I'm trying to make the stuff I've built on it so far more easily reproducible on the new server when it gets booted up. And I'm getting there. Oh, my chat disconnected for a second. Oh, weird. Yeah, I'm good, man. Sick. What are you saying? I think share inertia tensor function is also good to know. Yes, share inertia tensor is very important to know when and how to use it. I have been politely arguing with the developers for years now, since they started like contacting me to do like preview videos and stuff for them and sending me like keys to dish out and things. I have kind of used that little point of contact to say, hey, can we do this to the game, or could you consider this? And I've argued with them endlessly about making share inertia tensor just a non-experimental setting, like just a thing that is in the game, because it is so simple to use. It is very easy to use it wrong, but there are so many other systems that are in the game that aren't considered experimental. And the general rule with share inertia tensor is don't put it on the first thing on your main grid. That is literally it. Like, the basic rule of share inertia tensor is leave it off the first thing in your subgrid chain and you'll be fine. Because it combines the masses of the two adjoined grids with the share inertia tensor thing on, and if you chain a bunch of them together with share inertia tensor on everything, it basically artificially increases the weight. If you do it on that one, it then combines the weight of this plus the weight of that plus the weight of everything else, and it gets ridiculous. But that is it in a nutshell. Literally, just don't use it on here. The only time you'd ever want to use share inertia tensor on the main body is if you're doing some kind of gyro control thing, like I've got here, to stabilise the mechs when they walk. And this is the only time I will ever put share inertia tensor on a subgrid that's attached to the main grid, because that then shares the effect of the gyro override across that subgrid with the main grid, and it helps stabilise the whole thing. But it doesn't override the gyro controls, so you still have full range of movement up here. It's just balanced out by them, rather than putting override gyros on the main grid, which would make it harder to steer and turn. But yeah, I've argued the toss with them for years now. It's been at least 3 or 4 years to make it a non-experimental feature, and they still insist that it's dangerous and people don't know how to use it. And my counter argument is make a feckin' tutorial for it then. Teach your players how to use it safely in-game, because as far as I'm aware, there is no in-game tutorial. Like, that for example, that had share inertia tensor on it right there, didn't explode, didn't do anything weird, because there was nothing scrubbing and there was no other weird nonsense going on. It's just about knowing how to use it properly. Sorry for that little rant, but share inertia tensor is one of those things that is absolutely vital to building mechs and is trapped behind experimental settings. And that annoys me, because it's really hard to make a functioning mech in a vanilla game without it, because of the way small grid physics work. It's not too bad doing large grid stuff without inertia tensor, but doing small grid stuff without it is... you just end up with the world's wobbliest, jankiest mech that just flaps around everywhere, and it's not good. And it also means you can't do this stuff either. What's that? Sick. For somewhat air resistance, can recommend small mod air... Yeah, I know there's mods for it. I just wish it was a feature of the game. Keen, make tutorials for the game. To be honest, I have considered offering to make them a share inertia tensor tutorial. When I'm not so busy with my own stuff. Because it really bugs me, because it is it's actually a really simple concept. It's not difficult at all. Right, so that's the 2 sections of the boom. Now we've got the end of the crane. Oh, what's that, Outcast? You hear the pitter-patter of bug feet outside your base. Yeah, I haven't seen the spiders for most of today. They must be harassing you this evening. Let's see if I can set some of this stuff up. Boom, unknown block. Unknown block. That one's fine. Boom forward, unknown block. Why? Your thruster is there. FRK. Block switched on. Wait, forward? Block switched on off? Oh, yes. Yeah, they were on lights, aren't they? Right, yeah, boom, forward light. Yeah, I remember how I did it now. So, that one. Boom. Forward light is what that wants to be. Do 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 do. Boom. Reverse light is what that wants to be. Now, how are the actual controls looking? Pistons. Yep, that looks right. Forward, reverse. That looks good. Up and down controls. You are looking at the right thruster. Thank you. Boom hinges seems to look good. Okay, cool. Oh. There we go. That's definitely working. That's on. That's off. Yep, up and down control works. Sweet. Yeah, that seems to work. And that seems to work. Fantastic. Right, boom controls are working. Lovely. That is why I use groups for everything. It can get real messy in the inventory, in the control panel, having 10,000 groups for everything, but it makes printing out control systems better, because a lot of those blocks probably would have been forgotten if I'd put them in as the individual blocks into the event controllers, but with the groups, they remember everything. Much better. Mr. Petersburg, I use mag plate landing gear feet. Yeah, I like doing stuff like that as well. R-C-R-U-O. Hello, dude. A few things like that not being in there a little annoying. Yeah, there's a few systems in the game that really could be tutorialized. Like, I use share inertia tensor and all these torque settings and all this nonsense, like, every day, and I know it like the back of my hand now. But it was hard gained knowledge, particularly just basic things like how to use share inertia tensor properly, because it's not mentioned really anywhere in game. And the wiki pages, as good as they are, only kind of have like a brief overview of stuff. I haven't checked them in a long time, so they might be more detailed now, but at the time it was a lot of just trial and error and seeing what exploded and what didn't. What's that? Can I briefly explain how I... Ah, yeah, crane controls. Yeah, no worries. Let's jump back into there again. So, I mean, the crane's not finished yet. There is more things to put on him, but... so the boom controls. The up and down of that hinge is controlled by that thruster and that thruster there. So I can press the spacebar and the C button to lift and lower it. Where are the controllers for that? So, yeah, so up and down, they are just a thruster assigned to the thrust output condition, greater than not very much at all because it's an ion thruster, and then yeah, that's just triggered by that thruster, and when that thruster fires, it moves the hinges one way, and when it stops firing, it sets the velocity back to 0 again, so it stops. So I've got one to move the hinge up and one to move the hinge down. If I put the camera back here, yeah, you can see that thruster firing there to move it down. And you can see that thruster there firing up to move it up. The reason I like using ions for that is because in atmosphere they basically do nothing in terms of actual propulsion and momentum and stuff, but they still output enough power to be registered by a event controller. So you can kind of use them as input keys for stuff without them making your grid move around, essentially. Because if I used Like if I used hydrogen thrusters or Atmos for that, it would make the actual grid move as well while I'm using the controls. And that might cause clang issues, but with the ions, because they output so little in atmosphere, they work really well as input controls. Until we hopefully get something like SE2 with the direct control input stuff. Oh, messages there. What's that, Outcast? At last, you should not need to look up at things from outside source for information, should be in game. Yeah, I agree entirely with that. Maybe I'm just saying this because I'm failing at making one right now, but anything related to making a train monorail. The damn wheel setting alone drives me insane. I am not really the guy for doing train stuff, but if you look for a YouTuber called Cephirian Crate, I think I've got them listed on my main page as people to check out. He is definitely one of the Space Engineers train guys. Oh, and Hanel as well. He is another train guy. So if you're doing monorail stuff, check out their channels. Because they definitely understand the train mechanics better than I do. And like making rails and stuff. Because I've had a little bit of experiment with doing rail stuff. Based on watching their videos. But I don't know enough about it to really give any tips on it, but definitely go and check out their channels. They are definitely the train guys, Cephirian Crate and Hanel. Oh, what's that? You just watched this video and you're over there you're trying to deconstruct it. Oh wow. Small flat motors are good for that if your build is big enough. Yeah, the small flat motors, yeah, you can do the same thing if your build's big enough. They've got such little output. Because yeah, you can see I'm using them there for the actual drive and warp controls to make the mech move around. Because they're kind of good using them for that, because they also offer like a little bit of sort of boost forwards with the output of the thruster. But for like vanilla controls for things like the arm, I don't want the thrusters to be affecting that too much. Right, so what am I doing next then? I am bringing that all the way down, because I've now got the last section of it to build. Which means one more projector on here. Left and right. That is forwards, lovely. Copy that. Paste that. That can be Audit Boom Claw, I think. Find out in a second. Turn you on. Just go remotely. There we go. Boom, wrap, claw, blueprint, fork, boom claw, wicked. Like now, I can see that their use. I can see their use, but we'll still never trust the flat mode. I love the flat mode thrusters. It's why I made a mod for them. I've got two mods for the flat modes. I've got one that basically makes them OP and gives them the exact same settings as the full-size thrusters of the same size. So I basically gave the small grid flat modes the same output as the small regular flat atmospherics. Because they're compact size, they're really good for like packing into mech designs that you want to make fly. Whereas the other ones, being like 3 blocks long, are a little bit tricky. Bit trickier to get into compact mech builds. But obviously because they're size, they're a lot less powerful. So I made some choosy ones that are a little bit stronger. for my particular purposes. Where are we going with this blueprint? Where the heck did I take it from? Oh, right. Oh, crap. I think I forgot a section of the blueprint. I might have to bail out to my single-player test game and grab that. Smag. I thought I was missing something. Yeah, because you want to be... Where do you want to be? Oop. Yeah, you want to be that way. Remember, everything's backwards. Yeah, you want to be that way, and then you want to be offset. Too much. Oh, that's vertical, divvy. Yeah, because you want to go there, and then I have forgotten the bucket section at the end. Smeg. What are we on? Oh, we're only 2 hours in. Yeah, that'll be fine. It'll only take me 30 seconds to go and run and get that. You know what, I might do that now, actually. Let's just bail out the server for a second. Because, what's that weird clicking noise? Oh, is that... Ah, whatever. Leave a bit of food. I'll go and get the other part of that claw. Where did I do it? I did it in my Mechyard engineering test world, didn't I? What's that? Do it, I'll hold down the fort. Yeah, I'll be back on the server in a minute. Yeah, because I noticed that I was having problems extracting him from the services terminal literally about an hour before I started the stream, and I kept trying different things, and then it got to about 10 minutes before the stream, and it's like, this is the whole thing I want to do today, and it's not working. So I quickly ran over here, spawned the blueprint that I had, and started copying the sections out. But apparently I missed the very end of the forked boom, but we've gotten all of it welded up pretty well so far. It all seems to be working. And that boom's a bit... well, that boom's got loads of subgrids in it, and that works pretty well. So I'm guessing welding up the legs won't be much of a problem either. Yep. That's what I forgot. I forgot that piece right there. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What did we call you? I think it was... I think it was forklift. Boom claw. I should not call it boom claw, should I? I'll just call it boom fork. I think that was the right name anyway. Oh, fork lifter. What should I call it? Let's just rename it then. Because that's what I ended up calling the mech in the end. I really need to give him a better name. Because the claw... Yeah, that's that section, isn't it? Yeah, right, cool. I think that was everything I needed. Ruby! Back we go. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Alright, cool. Jump back into that. Yeah, it's printing this out actually seems to be working. A lot better than I was expecting it to be. I thought it was going to be a bit trickier, but as long as we keep the weld pads on the new server setup, I'll be happy. Because they make this stuff way easier. Just gotta wait for that to reload now. Yeah, the main thing I wanted to do today, actually, was I wanted to upgrade the telehandler beyond just making him printable. I want to change the claw. I want to change the bucket on the front, actually. I want to put a rotator on it. Like you can get rotating claws for some forklifts. So I can pick things up and spin them. Because the crane that I've built on the flatbed 2 does pretty much the same job. But he's a bit bigger and the arm is a little bit more difficult to orient in the right position, where I could get him to, say, spin something 180 like that. Whereas the forklifter, once that's on there, if I put a rotor on the back of this, on the front side of this hinge, I can just set up another control to spin the whole thing 180. And have a similar control scheme to how I do the arm. Oh yeah, I never actually explained the boom arm reach bit, did I? Yeah, because the control on the boom itself, the lift is controlled by those 2 thrusters. But the boom itself, in fact, it's on the toolbar. The boom itself, in fact, I'll show you. The boom reach is controlled by some light switches instead. I could assign them to the forward and reverse thrusters, but I wanted to be able to lift and drive at the same time. So I put them on some lights instead, and the lights just turn on and off. And when they turn on and off, they just extend the piston or stop it, or in the case of the other one, they reverse the pistons and stop it. And so those 2 lights on the toolbar extend when that's turned on, and retract when that's turned on, and they're set up in a way that they can counteract each other as well. So turning one off turns the other off and engages the correct direction, and then just flicking off again stops it. Oh yeah, I know what that missing icon is on the toolbar. That's the spotlights on the legs that have yet to be finished, I think. Anyway, right. So I need to retract that boom arm actually after all that waffling. Right. Pull that back in. Yeah, that looks alright. Looks like it's in reasonable position. I'll just have to do the same trick there, getting that welder attached, but yeah, that all looks good. How are we? Probably want to come forward a little bit more with, nope, not that one. That one. Let's also lift you a bit. And let's bring that into the middle. Number 3. There we go. And then all of these pistons in the workshop, they're a similar setup to the boom arm on the telehandler. It's just light switches on and off for different directions of movement, and then the 2 directions can counteract each other, so you don't get stuff firing at the same time, trying to do opposite things. This is pretty much all just steel plate, so that should be pretty straightforward. We run out of plate, or is it a proximity thing? Not that assembler. Yeah, we're out of plate. There we go. How's that looking? That is missing tubes. We out of big tubes again. Looks like we are. Do another bunch of big tubes. Yep, there we go. They're getting used up. Wonderful. Oh, that's just a range thing, isn't it? Yeah. What are you saying? 79... 77 out of 79. That's cool, because that'll be the one you're obstructing and the one you're obstructing. That's fine. That should be that done then. So let's... Let's keep that projection and turn it off. You're all welded. You're all welded. You're not named though. Interesting. Why are you not named? Where are you? Oh no, you are named. I'm just being an idiot. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Streamer blindness being stupid. Cool. Right, okay. Let's pull them back out then. Wrong button. Number 4, get them out. Turn the welders off. So we don't get cooked. Didn't need to do that, I can reach that from the floor anyway. There we go. Right. You know what, I might have to lift the mech up a little bit. That one. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. That junk's in the way. Go. Right, up you go. I need to get at least a little bit up off the ground so we can get that boom down lower. Oop, that was the wrong button. Or it was the right button too many times. Get that down without smacking the floor. Yep, look at that. Image on the end, orient it back again. Good to see that that all works properly without having to do much faffing around. Oh yeah, we need to join that, don't we? Yeah, we need to join that up too. So, you need that. I need more of them. There we go. Yeah, weld pads they just need to be a thing. They just absolutely need to be a thing. Awesome. Sweet. Right, right, rotator and bucket section then. This is the actual upgrade that I wanted to make today. I want to put rotator function into here. That's left. There we go. Left, right, forwards. Fantastic. Let's put you on there. And then see what the bucket section looks like, because that's... Oh yeah, I called that fork, didn't I? So let's copy all of that, just so we get the name. Bits. Oh, right. Copy all. Copy, paste, boom, on, and what did we call it? We called it boom fork, didn't we? Although it is going to get changed anyway, because it's going to get changed to a rotator, so I'm just going to call it rotator now. Rotator. Annoyingly, the one that's the terminal for it is on the back. I wish the terminal section was on the front. I can remember to access it, can't I? FRK, rep, projector, did they uncall it that bit? Yeah, beam rotator. Boom. Projector. Oh, there it is. What's that? Lead there. Scorpion lifter is coming back into shape. Yeah, it's getting there. Yeah, I mean, directly based on a JCB telehandler, pretty much. Which gave it legs. What's that, Kieran? What's the PCU of your base? Currently planning mine out in creative. So mostly just armor basic structures at the moment. I think it's been a while since I've taken a whole blueprint of the whole base. You know what? Let's do one right now. Let's take one from there. I don't know what the PCU is at the moment, but it is 14,000 blocks. But that's also with a whole bunch of my stuff connected to it. Right, so you're off. Yeah, all those things off. Let's get you up and running. Rep, pro, boom. Rotator, blueprints, fork. So I'm gonna have a look at how this is shaped first, and then I might make some adjustments first. We'll see what it looks like. So that way. That way, because that was totally yaw and pitch. That wants to come back. Okay, so the way that is laid out, I could just put a rotor in here directly on the front of this, and then project this section off that rotor. Because that's just a hinge head. That's going to connect directly into there, but if I ignore the hinge head, the rest of that could go on the rotator. But they are mounted. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to do that. Okay, cool. Right, you can go off then. What I'm going to do is pick the rotors, which are the right thing. And I think... yeah, I'm just going to do the big one. What was that, Kieran? You finished the main central structure along with the front and rear wings. Still need to build the left and right wings, and it's currently sitting at 14,000. What's that, Outcast? I said the average base around 30k. Yeah, probably something like that. Oh, hey, Arkville. How you doing, man? Yeah, I haven't built a massive amount. I've got two quite large buildings, but that is about it for my base. There's a few docking pads and things. Yeah, so we'll add that section here then. We'll make that a new bit. I'll just weld that up by hand. Faff, and it's worth trying to get the welder system in there. Let's just set you back to 0. I'll need to put some additional controls into him as well. But I will set them up once I've got the thing running. What are you going to be? Boom hinge. Boom rotor. There's no other rotors on here, is it? It's all hinges and pistons. Alright, and you can just be... Okay. Boom rotor until further notice, that'll do. We'll give you a lot of strength for now. In fact, what is 15 million? I'll give it the same then. It's probably going to need to lift the same amount. Oh, I did the wrong thing. That's the one. 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We will leave that like that for a second. We will... fill in this gap. Yeah, I'll just cover it in armor plate, that'll be fine. Armor blocks rather. You can go in there because you look quite good with the 2 angles of the hinge and the rotor. Or you're the best looking thing to give it a sort of smooth line. That can be that, that can be that, and then we can project the claw off the end of that. What's that, Cast? Another thing you would love for rovers, regenerative braking for power charging. Yeah, there's a few things around the wheels, that stuff that I would like to see improved upon. It seems like the friction settings and stuff like that, I'd like to see them get some upgrades. Right, so... last thing for the boom arm would then be that claw. Right, that projector is eternally hidden in there now, isn't it? Perhaps if on those 2 sides ooh, that was too many of them. Can I still not get in there with build vision? Really? Is that blocking it? Oh, that's annoying. I wonder if I could put something in there that would allow me to still access it. Lame. Alright, fine. We'll take that off. Oh, it's not even on anyway. Whatever. I'm still going to leave them on the side because I like the way they look. We'll get that one done. So annoying. Fine. Grab the name from there then. And that gets to be the fork on the end. Only extends it by a little bit, that's not too bad. Could have used a smaller rotor, but end of the day, it's not that much difference, and that kind of looks better, at least in my opinion. Oh, you know what? Remote access. Rep Pro fork. There we go. Lovely. Yeah. Rep Pro. Fork helps if you switch on. That's the one. I know it's just server jank, but the wiggle still makes me naturally worry. Yeah, I mean, it does concern me occasionally, but it's pretty much just server jank. As soon as I cut him down from that, he'll be considerably less wiggly. Oh, what's that? Cubics Media. Try using corner lights instead of girders. Oh yeah, because corner lights have got very interesting collisions, haven't they? That might be an option actually. I'll have a look at that in a second. Fork. Fork. Boom, fork. There we go. Wicked. Right, yeah, so I need to line you up. And your and everything is a mess, isn't it? Yeah, because I just adjusted the pitch and the roll, not the yaw, but okay. Whatever. And that's what we want. We'll ignore that hinge part at the back. Tack that on there. Ow. Thank you, Deborah. You know what? I need to lift that boom up anyway. Here we go. Where are we? There we go, that works. And the new set pistons works as well. Fantastic. Right. Have I still got enough reach left on the welder arm to get that? Looks like I might be almost at full extension on that. Work remote. That's what I want. That's not what I want. Yeah, that's full extension. It should just reach. What are we doing next? Bring it in. I'm also repositioning myself so I can see what we're doing. We're not going to hit anything, are we? No, that should be fine. Should be able to just bring that straight in then. Also turn the welders on. Lovely. What are we missing there? Is it just a bit of... I can't tell. Are we missing a bit of glass for the spotlight, maybe? A little bit of glass, see what that does. Nope. Put a few bits in, see if anything gets used. Nope. Ow, debris. Ah, there we go. That light seems to be fixed now. Projector 23, 21 out of 23. Well, one of you is that. Ow. Oh, and the other one is that. Right, yeah, so that should be right then. Cool. Getting smacked around by Deborah here. Good. Right, I think that is that arm done. Let's pull that out then. Turn that off. Yeah, looks like it's all done. Turn that projector off. Don't need that anymore. I do need to repaint all these ones that spawned in grey though. It's annoying. I wish they'd keep the colour of the thing they've spawned from. They're all the wrong shade. Ugh, and I've got to get up there and do all that. That's a bit of a pain. That as well, that as well, that as well. Probably that hinge. Yeah, there we go. I think that might be all of them. Let's have a look. More of these controls, right? So that's that, that's that. Mag lock. There's the mag lock light on there. Is that set up? It is, but it's not changing colour, so something's not quite working right there. Mag lock light is there. Mag lock colour change is set there. Oh, obviously. Because it's on a separate subgrid. Mag lock light. There we go. Right, we can bin that unknown block. There we go. And that should actually, hopefully, be changing the lock status on them when they're near something. To do curing, what you're saying, the PC must go up pretty quickly with all those hinges, rotors and pistons and merge blocks and things. Yeah, it probably does, but it's also why I try to minimise them as much as possible. It's also why I keep all the projects and things off when not in use. Okay, cool. Let's just do a quick test. I bung that there. There's probably other things that I need to rig up actually, isn't there? Mag lock controller. Right, there should be another one for detecting stuff. Fork controllers, there should be one. Control docking, mast up, mast down. What mode? Mag lock, drive, control, docking, FRK, docking, FRK1. Oh, hang on. FRK1, that's the little forklift, you idiot. I think. Can't remember at this point. Oh no, FRK1. Oh, have I named stuff wrong? Well, I got conflicting group names because I'm an idiot. What are you called? Oh no, you're FRK2. Alright, yeah, so FRK1 is the right one. Interesting, I'm sure I had. Oh, hang on. Sure I had a controller for registering the maglock connection. Was it supposed to live in the position that I put that projector? Have I done something stupid like that? No, that appears to be an armor block that's missing. Rep. Fork. Fork. Hinge block, armor block. No, it's not that one then. Interesting. Where's that controller then? Because you could be... Could be set up. So I've got to put the thing I'm gonna test it on back. Maybe. Yeah, so that should cover that. Hmm? What am I doing? I'm doing. Yeah, there should be a controller in there to light up, I think, when that gets close enough. Yeah, because I can lock that down. That works properly. But there should be a controller to light up the hollow LCDs at the side when it's ready to connect. Where is that? You're the one that switches the mag lock. Your walk controls, your walk mode, your drive mode. Brake, boom up. Where the hell is it? This blueprint can't be too old to not have it, because the LCDs are there on the side. Why got a block missing inside here? There should be a gap there and there. I know about those gaps. Ah, boom, stop. There we go. That's the one. I forgot what I called it. There we go. Boom, stop. You're the one. Yeah, you're the one. There we go. Cool. Boom, mag plates. That's the one. Lovely. So when they register something, they turn those LCDs on. Wicked. I knew it was there. I just couldn't remember what I named the bloody thing. So I'll move that in. I think I might need to adjust that speed actually. That seems a little bit too quick. Boom. Forward. What are you set to? 0.5. Oh yeah, so collectively you're doing 1.5 meters a second, aren't you? Let's set you to 0.25 then. Nope, 0.25. Boom, rev. Set velocity minus 0.25. There we go, that's a little bit more sensible. That's not going to smash its way through anything. What about... Oh, hang on. Boom, stop. Boom, stop. You're on. Let's take them out. Okay, one, boom, mag plates. You should be doing the right thing. Come on. There we go. There we go. Right, that's what it's supposed to do. and then it auto stops it. To prevent it from pushing through things. Lovely. Right. That looks like my boom controls are rebuilt again now. I can lift that up, and that'll just auto stop there. It turns the lights off automatically. Yep, lovely. Right, boom controls are back in action. Cool. Oh, that's not too bad. What time are we on? 3 hours. Right, so we've got at least an hour left. That's not too bad. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Yeah, and then I could probably get... I've got those two gaps there. I can get the left and right controls for the rotator in there, and then I could just put some more light switches somewhere and have them make it spin left and spin right. But I'll do that once I have made sure all these legs work. So yeah, let's try and sprint out the rest of these legs now, I guess. Bring you down a bit though, so it's easier to do some stuff. That's a point. You've got that on. You've got that on. Yeah, you'll be happier once I get you down off the mountain point. Yeah, so that'll be the next one. Oh, more bits. Right, that'll be that one. That will be that one, and that will be that one. Front, left, and right. Yeah, cool. Wicked. Oh, cool, I can get in there with something to cover that up. I might put a grill on the front of it or something on that side. Right, so, what did we call the last one? Which is under the repair projector front left. 01. I'll just call you 02. That'll make life easier that way. That's my stream, my Twitch stream cut out there. What's going on with Twitch? Offline? Why are you saying that? Let me refresh that page. I hope my Twitch stream hasn't just gone weird. It's saying it's fine over on OBS. And maybe my signal just... my stream monitor signal might have cut out. Oh yeah, no, it seems to be fine. It was just my monitor signal just died over on Twitch. Oh well, never mind. Right, so let's turn you on. You're going to be front left. Let's get that next section of leg loaded into there. So rep FL02. You forklift 2. Shin is what I want. Shin front left. Okay. Right, and get this the right orientation. It should copy over to all the others as well. And what are we looking at? That looks... Yeah, I'm certain just everything is like one over the wrong way, but whatever. Vertical forward offset is what I want, isn't it? There we go. Yeah, and then that projector can just live in there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Cool. Right, we're going to need to lift you up a bit then. Yeah, that should do. Let's, get that welder in there. We can bring it right back as well, can't we? Yeah, bring that in a little bit more, and we should be good to go. Maybe bring them down a tad. On buttons, bring that one up a bit. Drop that one down a bit. Turn everything on. Lovely. That just needs to come out a little bit more. Or have we in fact just run out of steel plates? Probably a steel issue, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. What are you missing? Tubes, motors, components. Maybe a few more of them. Well, we've got tubes in there. Maybe it's construction components it needs. Yeah, they're getting chewed right up. Are we looking good there? What's the repair projector saying? 36 out of 38. That'll be the one it's stick occupying, and it'll be the hinge head. So I think that one. Yeah, I think that's good to go. Wicked. Let's, in that case, inject there. Keep. Copy. Off. Finish that onto there. That could be front right. That could be front right number 2. Hey? Oh, whatever. Yeah, repair projector, front right number 2. Cool. Right. Rep FR2. Forklift on blueprint. Rock. Fork. Shin. Front right, and then hopefully these settings. Be the same, but I've actually just turned the damn thing off, haven't I? Copy it like that then. I'm sure I just turned that on. Repair projector 2, copy all. Repair projector 2, copy, paste. Copy, paste. Thank you. There we go. That's what we wanted. Bring it down a bit. Bring that in a bit. Is it a steel problem again, or is it a proximity problem? It's a steel problem, isn't it? But chuck all that stuff in there that we don't need. Yeah, it's a steel thing. Are we all good up there now? What are we on? 37 out of 38? How's that possible? Unless you've somehow printed up 2 hinges occupying the same area. That's terrifying and doesn't make any goddamn sense. Someone printed out 2 hinge heads. Hope it hasn't done. Turn you off anyway. Seems fine. Whatever. $37 out of 38. Okay, whatever. Either way, that seems to have worked quite nicely. So let's do the back legs. That can come all the way out, and that can go all the way to the back. Yeah, not too bad. May as well do that one right there. Sure, I picked up all the bits. Thank you. Wonderful. Copy, paste, projector, rear, right. Is what you're going to be. Bum, 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 bum. Rep, rear right, 2. Forklift. Blueprint. Fork, shin, rear right. Lovely. Perfect. You know what? I might get the other one set up as well and just do both of them together because that worked quite well. Probably do them at the same time. So you are going to be rear left. What you're going to be rep RL number 2. Fork, shin, rear left. Lovely. Groovy. Right, they both look lined up pretty good. Welders are still on. Cool. Bring that in. Good weld up everything nicely. There we go, leave that for a second. Oh, what's that, Kieran? Didn't see your message there. It all adds up quickly when you consider pistons, rotors, hinges, connectors, and merge blocks are 100 PCU a pop. While projectors are 50 PCU each. Yeah, they're a bit pricey. Not as pricey as the mechanical blocks in SE2 at the moment. They're like 3,000 PCU a pop. Or at least they were last time I checked. Are we missing something? Oh, ow. Oh, that was me cooking the top of my head. That was a good idea. Ledner, that is a lot. Yeah, it's another one of the reasons that I've not really dived into doing SE2 robot stuff at the moment, because you've only got a 400,000 PCU limit in that game, and it's 3,000 PCU per rotor or automation block. I think the automation blocks are 3,000 PCU each, like the timers and the event controllers, and I think the rotors and hinges and pistons are around 1,000-ish each. But yeah, the way that game's currently optimized, it is quite tricky. Well, it's very PCU consuming to do any complex robot stuff with it at the moment. What are you missing? There's one in there. Doing weird stuff. What are you missing? What are you on? 36 out of 37. So you're reading... Oh, you should be reading correct, actually. Yeah, you've got that in there. Yeah, so 36 should be right, but why are you still sparking? What are you saying isn't complete? Bet it's just the hinge and the block that's in the way, isn't it? Rep RR02, what are you missing? That's the wrong one. Rep RR0. What? Don't mess me about. It's right there. Oh, I've called it F. It's still FL0. That shouldn't be FL. That should be RR. And that should be RL. That's why I couldn't find the right damn things. Yeah, rear right. Cool. There we go. What am I doing? I am going back into there. Rep. Rear right. Fork 02. That's the one. All that's missing is an armor block, apparently. Oh yeah, it'll count the hinge as done, because it's in the right place, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine then. Just turn that off. It's all good. Yep, you can go as well then. That is... Most of the legs rebuilt. Okay. Right, next step. Pull these back out a bit. Lift you up a little more. And then the last bit is to get the feet on there. So, one more set of projectors. Keen would let me project blueprint, project subgrids. Wouldn't need so many damn projectors. Alright, what way are we... Where is that facing? Oh, it's currently angled for drive mode, isn't it? Right, let's reorient them back to 0. It'll make it easier putting the projectors on. What's that? The lift box. Oh, the lift box is fine. That's a separate unit. He's still sat there. Don't need to remake him. It was just this guy that needed remaking. Luckily, I made a docking station for him and left him there, so he is not trapped in the services terminal with the forklift. Annoyingly, it's annoying that he's trapped in there, but the flatbed Mark 1 isn't. But services terminal bugs, like I said, there's not much the admins can really do about it. Short of just cheesing it and me giving them a blueprint to copy and paste back in, but that doesn't resolve the issue of the trapped blueprint in my services terminal. Bloody way around it. There we go. Left and right. That's what I want. Yeah, I do kind of wish that the terminal access for these was at the front of the projector rather than the back. But hey ho, it is what it is. Yep, that's you. Yep. that's you, and then one more there. Wicked. I'll pick up all the parts for it. We'll find out. Right, lovely. Grab you for the name. You're rear left. You should be rear left, yeah, good. So you can be rear left number 3. You can be front left 3. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. You can be front right. Bridge through the whole thing again. Front right 3 and rear right 3. Wicked. Alright. You know what? Let's turn that welder off so it doesn't start auto welding stuff the second I put this blueprint in place. That's the last thing I want. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I want to control U rep 03. There we go. Where are we? We are rear left. Flip you on. Blueprint. Fork. Foot. You're in here somewhere. Rear left, front left. Rear left. There we go. And it appears to be perfectly backwards, obviously. Wicked. Right, so I can pull that back a section. That can live in there, and I think hard to tell when it's all still in blueprint form. Yeah, there's the remote. So yeah, I should have the room. There we go, to squeeze that into there. I'll be able to print that out. I might need a little bit more height from the floor. Let's go up a little bit. And let's get the other one in as well. Copy the settings. So you are on, lovely. Rep 03, 04. Rear right is you, wonderful. Fork, foot, rear. Right. Hopefully the settings will be the same. Lovely. Wicked. Right, let's pull that back a little more, and let's get out the firing line. Don't want to get my face cooked. Flip them on, bring them in. That will do the trick. What are we missing? I bet we're missing tubes and plate. What's that like there? Flash fry paste. Yeah, I've already done it a couple of times today. Don't need to flash fry myself any more than I already have. Dump some of them in. Probably running out of them as well. What else we're running out of? Steel construction components. That's what else we need. Bosh a couple more of them in. That should be enough of them for now. Get some more of them in. Yeah, they're all just getting welded right up, aren't they? A few missing blocks there. Is that a steel issue or is that just a proximity thing? That's a proximity thing, isn't it? So just need to wiggle them around a little bit. There we go. What are we waiting on for you? Construction components. Washing them in. There we go. Lovely. The smell of burning human flesh. Yeah, it's not particularly appealing. Ciphering issues, having enough parts for construction, has it gone rather smooth? Yeah, it's gone a lot better than I thought it was going to. I've had problems in the past before trying to build, like, printable mechs and have the controls not be a complete pain in the arse to set up again. But having to just reassign a few event controllers here and there is a lot better than I'd envisioned. I'm hoping the warp controls work as well when I get these two front legs on as well. Hook face, there we go, that's exactly what I was talking about. What are we missing? We're missing a couple of blocks at the top, so let's lift them back up. There we go, lovely. Health warning, yeah, don't put your face too close to the arc welder. Rep.03. So rear, all but one, that's cool, that's the one the projector's occupying. All but one, that's cool, that's the one that projector's occupying. Sweet, then we can turn both of them off. We can turn the welders off so I don't cook my face again. We'll move that up there, and we'll also send the welders down the other end of the room. Yeah, I definitely need to, I do like this welder arm setup. I definitely do need to, I just need to make something that's slightly bigger. I don't think they fully extend into the centre. I think I could make them a block further out as well. But yeah, it seems to be working quite well. Right, welders are off. Not going to get cooked. So, let's paste some settings onto you. Might as well do the same for you as well. Control. Rep number 3. That one. I might have forgotten to keep the blueprints on some of them, but yeah, whatever. Oh yeah. Fork. Foot. Front left. Yeah, I forgot to put keep projection on some of them. That's fine. Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, that looks right to me. Wicked. Right, last one then. And then that should be all the bits I need to print out for this thing. And it's just a case of making sure the controls work and then making the actual upgrades. But it's taken me 3.5 hours to get to this point, so I might not have time to make the upgrades. It's definitely been a good lesson in trying to figure out how to print mechs though. Right, what are we doing? Rep number 3, last one, front right. Fork, foot, front right. Yeah, I'll have to sort of keep the direction on the other ones, but that's not too bad. That has worked better than I thought. Might actually lift the mech a little bit, because he's going to spawn 5x5 wheels at the front. I don't know how much clearance they need to spawn. Something about that looks good. And then hopefully we can do both sides at once again. Bring that in, turn them on, bring that in. Lovely. Nope, connection issue. Probably because I've got multiple projectors running. But they'll all be switched off in a second. Is that a steel issue or a procs issue? Ah, it's just a distance thing, isn't it? There we go. Right, what are those projectors saying? Front right, all but one. Front left, all but one. Wicked. Right, that's all them printed out then. So, FRK, repair projectors, they should all be switched off now. There's quite a few of them. Yeah, they're all off. Lovely. Right, turn them off. Hit the reset button. And the whole thing just folds back into the corner again. Lovely. Alright, let's bring you back down so I can actually reach your controls. That'll be alright for now. Right, let's see what else we need to fix. There is still a block there. I'm not sure what that is. I've used a single block rather than a group. Interesting. Oh! I know what it is. This is an older blueprint from before I swapped the controls round. Because I kept accidentally disconnecting the maglock. I can't remember what that is, but I do know these are in the wrong order. Because I moved stuff about. FRK 01 spotlights. I moved that up there, didn't I? And I put the maglock over here next to the docking lock, so they were well away from the boom controls. FRK mag light, that's you. Oh, I know what you are. You're the other camera. You're the boom camera. I think you are anyway. You're the only other block that I have to use the actual block for. Pretty sure that's what that is. Those controls are all looking good. Drive mode off, drive mode on. Ah, I think the brake controls need setting up, don't they? Or the actual drive controls need setting up. Fork, drive. No, you've got that. You've got that. You've got that. You've got that. Is it a brake thing? Walk. Brake. Because the brake controls can get a little bit messy when they get booted up. They're all saying the brake is off. That brake light is on. I flip that switch. Oh, right, yeah, the brake controls have gotten reversed. Oh, good. In the ass. Right. a simple way to resolve that. Brake FRK. I think best way to do that is just to stick another one of them in there and cycle it around until they're correct. So brake light red should be brake light on. Get rid of that. Brake light off is brake controls off. Cool. Brake light on is brake control on again. Wicked. Right, that is what we want. Although drive controls still don't seem to be responding. My thrusters actually... Oh. Obviously. The button. Switch lock there. That'll be why all my controls are off. There we go. Wheels are rolling forward. Wheels are rolling backward. Steering left and right. Brake light is kicking in correctly. Groovy! Right, all of my controls mostly seem to be doing the right thing. Let's see if the walk controls work. Ah, yeah, the only ones that won't be will be the return controllers because they need to be looking at hinges. Although, why they only appear to be looking at... Oh, yeah, they would only be looking at 2 each. So yeah, left would be looking at leg, hinge, front left and rear right for you. They can go, and then that one would be the opposite, so that would be front right and rear left for you. Get rid of them. There we go, my walk controls are working. Forward works fine. Reverse works fine. The brake light turns on and off when it should do. All the suspensions are orienting the correct way. Fantastic. Right, you've got basically full batteries because I've only just disconnected you. Cool. Right, I think he is working. So what are we on? 3.5 hours. Right, so, last half hour. I think I shall try and make these upgrades. Oh, there's a few messages there. Let me know, this garage is rather good for your small to medium crafts, but in the future definitely... Yeah, it definitely needs something bigger to make bigger mechs. I mean, the flatbed Mark II over here is like borderline too big for that printer because he's a chunky boy. And he's had a few tragic accidents, and I've had to rebuild a few bits of him. But yeah, he barely fits inside the range of those welders. It's a little bit too small for him. Densia 1177. Hello, love your content. Do you think SE to build this kind of robots will be more easier without subgrids? I mean, you have to have subgrids to have a mech. I think doing this kind of stuff in SE2 will be easier eventually. Currently, it's missing a lot of key stuff, like lack of shear inertia tensor settings and lack of gyro override controls, and lack of suspension settings. There's a whole bunch of stuff SE2 needs. It also needs a massive overhaul on the UI because a lot of it is just not very helpful for mech building and the way it's laid out at the moment. But once it's had some more development time, yeah, SE2 is going to be fantastic for building mech stuff. A lot of the new event controller stuff's really good, but the game's just in such an early state at the moment that it's not really quite ready to do the mech things. I made one for my VS2 preview video just to see just to try and see how far I could push what SE2 is capable of at the moment. And that mech I made for that video is about as far as I can take it. Hinges and rotors need to be a lot stronger. But yeah, it's getting there, but it's not quite there yet. What's in there? Very much need a better welding setup. Yeah, this was just something I kind of tried to figure out on the server. If I put the time into it in a creative world, I could come up with a much better welding system, but I wanted to minimise the amount of subgrids and the amount of welders that I was going to use. Like, I could just make a like 30 by 10 wall of welders and just have it on one big piston arm, but that would not be that server friendly with that many welders running at once. So I tried to make something a little bit more compact and manoeuvrable. Kind of works, but has its issues. What's it left there? You've also not enjoyed the SE2 wheel controls. It also assigns wheels and steering, and the friction needs work, and the lack of dedicated brake. Yeah, a lot of the stuff in SE2 is still very early days yet, so I really wouldn't bother trying to compare the two games at the current stage, because SE2's got a lot of the features that we're familiar with in SE1, but a lot of its like actual foundations of game needs more work. And a lot of those systems need much more refining. So, right, you're going to be the boom rotor. I want to have more controls for you. I want to be able to spin you left, and I want to be able to spin you right, so I can pick things up and rotate them 180 degrees. Because I've still got a massive pile of thrusters here that I need to flip over and potentially reorganise some of them. And their only mounting point is on the back, and they're all face down at the minute. So I want something that is capable of flipping things back over. Like I said, the crane arm on the flatbed 2 could do it, but he's a bit of a chunky boy, he doesn't quite fit in there properly, whereas this guy is pretty much designed for working. In fact, why am I doing that? I built this platform right here for this exact purpose. There we go. Like, that's literally why that is there. I'm being an idiot. Right, so we can have a left control and a right control. Bring that back down. Then we are going to need some switches for those controls. I can't really use the thrusters, because they're doing other things. Let's lift the boom out of the way for a minute. Oh dear, my mask has come open. When's that terrible thing happened? I don't want anyone seeing my face. Oh, messages. I've also the one major piston arm would be more effective, but not as stylistic and fun. Yeah, it would be more effective, but it would also require just only having one axis of movement. You'd have to like really spread out loads of welders on it. It all depends how you want to do it, really. They should be mountable on the side too. What should be mountable on the side? The industrials are backside only, but vanilla are sci-fi and sides. Oh, you mean with the connection points for the hydrogen thrusters? Yeah, some of them have got other connection points in other places, which will make them handy. Some of them, not so much. Like for instance, the industrial ones, you can only connect them on the back end of them. Oh, Varian, just woke up to find out YouTube put your stream on for me. It knew. See, I'm not repairing, I'm rebuilding. My forklifter has succumbed to the stuck inside the services terminal bug. My plan was to upgrade it today, and I jumped on about an hour before I was going to start streaming. And the damn thing is stuck. Unless it wants to deploy now. Nope. There was a problem. It is stuck. I've tried it about 5 or 6 times now. With share faction, with no share faction, with deploy on arrival, without it. I've tried moving the deployment position a couple of times. It is just stuck in there. Unfortunately. And I'm hoping the next update fixes that issue. Yeah, it's a bummer, because that was my whole plan today, was to upgrade the forklift and maybe upgrade some other stuff. But, yeah, so I had to sort of, half an hour before my stream, panic blueprint everything on here. And I've just been rebuilding it section by section, but we've been, adding in projectors in everywhere so we can print out all the different parts, and I'm gonna have to find a nice way to cover all of them. I might just put grills on them. But yeah, original forklift is stuck in the services terminal, which is a little bit annoying. So that's going to be for the bucket to turn left and right. So what are we going to call that? We're going to call that fork 1 controller. What am I going to call it? I'm just going to call it fork turn. Fork turn left. Oop, didn't want to do that. Copy all. Fork turn right. Oh, you know what's really annoying? I don't think I've got enough event controllers to... Well, I've got plenty of event controllers. I don't think I've got enough space in there to do the other thing I wanted to do. Ah, that's annoying. I might have to find somewhere else to keep some event controllers. That's late. That was the wrong button. Oh. That was also the wrong button, because I need to put some other lights in for other switches. What have we got up here? Those are the walks, those are the drive modes. Ooh, there's nothing there. Yeah, that would fit there, wouldn't it? We'll have you two there and there. That'll be fine. We will copy all the light settings off. No, we'll copy them. Oh, hang on, what to do for the boom lights back here? Are they red and cyan? They are red and cyan, that's what I did with them. Copy all of that then. I'll take those light settings. What's that? You've got about 5 things stuck in mine. Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? About 3 hours for the mech lift. Yeah, it's not taken too long to rebuild it, to be honest. Not been too bad. What's that variant? You unfortunately have way too many things in yours that's stuck, including the Rhino Miner. Was using it to help dig out the asteroid, but oh well. Yeah, it just seems to be it seems to be like a server-side bug with the services terminals. I've not had that issue really in single player. From what little I've used of them in a single player game, I've not had that many issues. And I got to test them a fair bit as well in a single player game when I was doing my 209 preview. So yeah, I think it might be a server-side thing more than anything. Hopefully it gets fixed. You... B. Actually, you know what? I'm going to call it rotate. Rotate. Rotator is what I was going to call it. Rotator left. Copy all of that. Copy, paste, do. Rotator right. Do. That's what we're going to call you as well, actually. I'm not going to call you fork turn. But we don't even need to turn. We'll just have rotator left and rotator right. That'll do. Copy. Paste. GT for left and right. Where's my boom arm? There's my boom rotor. Yeah, so positive is left, minus is right. Cool. Fork. Rotators. Call it the rotator as well. Rotator. Cool. Varian, do you know if I store something and flick back from active to stored faster than it stores something because of your ping, it ends up freezing the game, forcing you to restart? Yeah, there's a few issues with like ping related stuff. With things like that, like event controllers have a few issues with servers as well, triggering things. You might notice that like occasionally an event controller that's set to like measure the angle of something or something misfires and like kind of does something and then kind of stops again. I think that's a ping related issue, and it always seems to, the fix for that always seems to be put the actions that you are going to put into the event controller into a timer itself, and then get the event controller to trigger that timer. And like the little delay between the event controller registering and then activating the timer seems to help with the ping delay. So yeah, whenever any of my event controllers aren't working, I take those actions and put them in a timer and get the event controller to do it that way instead. So we'll need a group for that. 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 And I'm also going to have to change the camera position and make a group for that as well. You know what? Let's put you there for now. Rotator. So you and you are both going to be block switched on and off. That's the wrong thing. What's that, Varian? You did notice that with an event... Sorry. You did notice that with an event timer at one point was only activating half the group of items it was supposed to. Yeah, things like that. Like, it's like the server lag tick stuff will like misfire things. Like I'll have like some mech arm or something that like automatically retracts into place, and like half the commands for the mechanical blocks will fire, and like the arm will like half retract, and if I activate it again, it'll kind of half retract again. But if I put all of those things into a timer, get the event controller to trigger that instead, it all seems to work fine. So I think it's just server tick related. Right, so you're going to be rotator light, aren't you? Rotator light left. You are going to be rotator light right, although I've missed a letter out of there. Which means I also need to remake that group, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. That needs to go in the bin. Rotator, right, so that control. We'll go back one first. Rotator light. What colours are you doing when you're active? Red when you're off, cyan when you're on. Rotator left. Rotator left light. Cyan when active. Red when inactive. Then on the next one, we are going to have that turn off as a failsafe, so we can't actually trigger two things at once. Also a failsafe for that, so we can't trigger two things at once. And you will set velocity. We'll go with 1 RPM for now. Don't want it to be too quick. I want it to whiz things round in a fraction of a second. So if I flick that on, there we go. That now rotates when it turns on and stops when it turns off. Lovely. Right, do the same thing with the other side. That's all set up. Rotator light will go back one, so we're not getting in the way of stuff. You can be cyan when you're on, red when you're off. We will turn off the left one as a failsafe. That's on, goody. Turn that control off and on as a failsafe. And you can be -1, and you can set lower limit to 0. There we go. Damn it, I've not got anywhere nice to put those controls though, have I? Not without rearranging things, that's annoying. Because I do want to get some crab mode controls on him as well, so that number 4 slot's going to be taken up by that. Cameras, booms. Battery and the spotlights. I suppose I could move them to one of the other toolbars. I'll do that for now. Fork, batteries. Recharge on and off can go there. Fork, spotlights. That can go there. Oop. And what have we got here? Boom. Forward light. Move you to there. Reverse light will move you to there. Rotator light, left and right can be there. So we've got that. Oh, that didn't quite work, did it? Oh, I know why, because I've put in too many fail-safes. Yeah, okay. Change that. Rotator. Let's actually take that command out. That's going to cause conflicts. Do it that way instead. I can then turn them off like that. There we go. So I can then switch between the two then. And then just turn one off if I need to. Stop it. Wicked. Right. What's that? Devastate. Hello, welcome to the stream, by the way. Looking at getting this game, do you need to buy a load of upgrade packs to play it? No, you don't need to. There are quite a few DLC packs now, which is what all these little badges here indicate. They're only all a couple of quid or a couple of dollars each, depending on where you live. And most of them, they pretty much just add variants of pre-existing blocks in the base game. You don't need to get any of them in particular, but they do very much improve the general gameplay in a lot of ways. More stuff to play with. But they are all quite cheap, but again there are quite a few of them now, so that cost does rack up a bit. But have a look at what each DLC contains, and see if that's something you want to get straight away or not. Yeah, you don't need the DLC to play the game. Yeah, like Ledner just said there, and Variant, the DLC stuff is like 90% cosmetic, so just like different variants of certain blocks compared to others. But it's the Keen's sort of approach to their DLC stuff is they're very insistent on not making anything like pay to win, so you get no real tactical advantage from having the DLCs. I think there's a few things that might give you a little bit more advantage, but there aren't many. Anyway, that rotator now appears to do the thing I want, and is that smacking car alarm going off again? Cool, right, so boom arm works. We've got up, we've got down, we've got forward, we've got backward, we've got rotate left, and we've got rotate right. We can stop all of it and start all of it at the press of a button. Lovely. Right, what time are we on? We are coming up on 4 hours, so I'm going to wrap the stream up fairly soon, because it's getting late into Sunday evening and I'm hungry and I need to go make food before I go to bed. But I think this guy is ready to test and bring back down. I think he is working properly now. So let's get his wheels back on the floor. I disconnected you, so everything would be active. So if I remove you, lovely. Let's also completely get that out of the way. Nope. No, don't fall down the hole and get squished to death. Eek. Nearly. That can come off, that can come off. And that can come off. Sweet. What's that? DLC stuff? Oh yeah, letting still we had a good time just hanging out building the lift fort. Yeah, it's I was intending to do more tonight, in terms of upgrading some of the other mechs, but obviously those plans got a little bit scuppered by that weird little bug. But we've got another one now, and he is functioning. Let's increase his drive speed a little bit. There we go. Yeah, because there's a few other things I want to do. I want to add another set of spotlights onto these back legs here so we can see behind, well, so I can illuminate behind him. So I've got my little realistic reverse indicator light, a little blue glow, but I could do with putting some floodlights on those legs as well so I can actually illuminate behind me, because operating in the dark gets a little bit tricky, but yeah, it drives around. The boom arm works. Let's switch over to walk mode, give that a test. Yep, walk mode's still working lovely. Lift up the boom arm while we're walking. Yep, gyro controls are good. Switch back to drive mode. Yeah. Fantastic. Right. everything seems to have been rebuilt pretty well then. Right. One last little test then. What's that on the messages there? So I need to grab a copy of the blueprint of this thing, off you some time. I know damn well you'll rebuild it after the reset. Yeah, that's the whole reason I was putting all the projectors in this, is so I can rebuild it on the new server when that happens. To be honest, I'm going to publish all these things fairly soon anyway. The flatbed 2 and... what's that kilometre over there? Another unknown signal, but I've not got an unknown signal image. Or is that somebody crashing down to their doom? What is that? I've got an unknown signal over there. I thought I had a target thing on here. Obviously not. Centre screen. Oh no, it is an unknown signal. Just not getting the actual signal for it. Fair enough. I'll put you back to weather anyway, because that's what I want you to be. Right, so... what else? Yeah, I was going to publish all of these blueprints anyway, in the next couple of days or weeks, because these two here are basically done. I'm happy with them, and they are printable, so they are finished as far as I care, so I'm probably going to publish them. What else? In fairness, that little bug did show you how easy it is and fast it is to reprint another. Yeah, even if they do get stuck, I can make another one in about 4 hours, it would seem. It took about 4 hours to get this guy set up and printed. Now that I've got a printable version of him, if I make fresh blueprints of all those parts, I could probably have him welded up a heck of a lot quicker than that. Let's try out these new controls. So, boom, forward. That should auto stop. Lovely, just like that. You locked on? Yep, you're locked on. Nope, you're not locked on. There we go. There we go. Right, you're locked on. You're lifting that fine, that's cool. And you don't seem to be having any issues rotating that, no wobble, no jiggle. Yeah, cool. That's exactly what I wanted. And there goes that car alarm again. Lovely. Sweet, yeah, because I wanted something to be able to pick these things up and be able to reorient them, so... I was thinking, because they've got mounting points on the side, I might just, like, mount these stacks of thrusters vertically for now, just to save some space. But yeah, I also wanted to test to make sure this thing actually worked properly, and it seems to work. What's that? Good news, can't hear the car alarm on this side. Yeah, I'm glad of that. Driving me bloody mad, though. Yeah, nice. Right. That can happily lift that stuff up and down, and then rotate it for me. Fantastic. And that's now down as far as it'll go. That is the only issue. I might need to reorient the mag plates so they're in the centre, because currently it will flip stuff over 180, but it will end up it'll end up like a block high, it'll end up 2 blocks higher than where it started, or 2 small blocks higher than where it started. So I might need to reorient the mag plates a little. Possibly just move them up a block. Maybe slightly reorient the spotlights that are on there too. You know what, I might also boost the speed on that rotator controls. Let's make you 2. So I don't want it to go so fast that it's going to whip things round and cause issues, but I also don't want it to be horrendously, painfully slow. 2 RPM seems a little bit more reasonable. That's not too bad. That all seems to work lovely. Right, bring that boom back in. Sweet. Right. Wicked. Oh, of course, yeah. Still name that. I'm just going to call it telehandler. That's what it actually is. Oh, hello, Outcast. I was wondering whose lights that was. Rocking up in the darkness. Howdy. I am literally about to wrap my stream up now, but hello. What are you doing in my neck of the woods? Your backup lights, your brake lights. Oh, your backup lights again. And brake lights again. Looking for salvage. There's probably loads of it around somewhere. Anything in particular you're looking for? What's that? Backup stopped working. Astral Kraken, I always learn something watching your stream. Recently noticed the bug with the main controllers and wondered how you create such complex systems with them. Preparing the timer makes sense. Peace and thank you. Yeah, no worries, man. Outcast, you managed to get the drive done in the end. Yeah. Turned up right at the end. So yeah, I'm gonna wrap this stream up now because I need to go and make food. Because I'm real hungry. But yeah, Outcast. I'm gonna jump off the server now to go get food, but yeah, if you wanna mill about, do some scrounging up for bits. If you need to make any repairs or anything, come back to my base if you feel like it. Is that your truck making alarm noises? Ah. Yeah, what's this contraption with all the batteries on the back? That's interesting. But anyway, I will leave you to that. I am going to wrap the stream up. I'm terrified of putting him away now, but I don't want to have all these grids milling about. Either way, before we go any further, blueprinting that damn thing. And then I will make new printable versions of those blueprint sections. Ah, that's what that is. Nice. Oh, it's got some of the new small grid containers on the back as well. Lovely little speeder bike for whipping around. Yeah, I was wondering what the huge row of batteries was, but that makes sense. Very nice. I love it. What's that variant? It's just gone past 6:30 AM for you, and you mentioning food is maybe not breakfast. Where are you if it's 6:30 in the morning for you? Because it's 10 o'clock at night for me. I'm about to go to bed. Or rather, about to chill out for the rest of my evening. Probably go to bed in a few hours. But, yeah. Well, that's been a pretty successful run, even though it wasn't exactly... Oh, you're in Australia. That makes perfect sense then. That did seem like an Australian kind of time difference. But yeah, I will... What is it? Sunday today. I'll be back on Wednesday, probably for more of this. And hopefully next time we'll do some more of the upgrades that I wanted to do today. I want to do a few other things. I want to try and make a new workhorse. I've got a few ideas for some workhorse upgrades. I also want to put a few more things on him, but I need to try and figure out where I can comfortably get some more event controllers without completely spoiling the layout I've got at the minute. But we'll figure that out later. Anyway, I'm going to knock off for now. Yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday with more streaming of this nonsense. I'm going to publish this guy and that guy in the back at some point over the next day or two. I might even do the Paper Wasp as well, because pretty much done, doesn't really need any more improvements. Oh, and the little fork as well. There's a whole bunch of things I want to set up. Don't mind me just being the lighting rig guy. Yeah, no worries, man. Everyone always needs a lighting technician. It's working quite well at the moment. But yeah, I'll be back later. At some point I'll get another mech engineering episode out. I've just been busy with life stuff and preview videos for VS 2.3 got in the way and all sorts of other stuff. But yeah, I'll have that all sorted out very soon. And yeah, we'll be back for more of this on Wednesday. So, what's that? Will I upload the big spider thing at the back? Yeah, Flatbed 2 will get uploaded at the same time that I upload the telehandler and the other things. Because like I said, these two are printable now. Well, in fact, actually, there's a few things, now that I know I can print out the boom on this pretty easy, there's a few adjustments I need to make to the boom on that one over there. But yeah, they'll both be available fairly soon. So yeah, see you guys on Wednesday evening around the same time. Have fun, and I'll see you all soon. So, cheers guys, and goodbye for now.